Have you ever achieved something you dream of, a great job, a beautiful relationship, a favorite possession, and then, just a few days later, that feeling of happiness vanished? We spend our whole lives chasing things we believe will bring us peace, only to realize there is still some emptiness inside. Today, I'd like to invite you to sit down for a moment. You don't need to believe in religion, and you don't have to prepare anything. All that matters is you, your breath, and a few stories that have helped millions of people find peace for over 2,500 years. This is not highfalutin theory. I'm going to tell you the story of the Buddha's path to enlightenment. The 4 simple truths that can change how you see the world. And one method that lets you feel peace, right in the moment while watching this video. You know what? There was a person who experienced exactly that, having everything people dream of, yet still feeling an unfillable emptiness inside. He was born into one of the most powerful and wealthy families of his time. From the moment he was born, he was wrapped in luxury, living in palaces built for each season, eating the finest foods, wearing the softest silks, served by attendants who always smiled and anticipated his every need. His father, a powerful king, loved his son so much that he tried every way to shield him from any sadness, hardship, or sign of loss and change. For him, life was a sequence of days passing in absolute comfort and ease. At age 16, he married a beautiful princess, and they had a charming baby boy together. By worldly standards, he had reached the pinnacle of happiness that anyone could wish for. But strangely, amidst that prosperity, a vague unease began to creep into his mind. No one could understand why, and perhaps he himself could not articulate it clearly. He only knew that deep within, there was still an unanswered question, a yearning for something beyond the loop of peaceful days. And then one day, he decided to do what his father had always tried to prevent: step beyond the walls of safety to see how the real world was unfolding outside. That first journey opened a door to a truth he had never known before. He encountered an old man, frail and bent, walking with difficulty, his face etched by time. For the first time, he clearly saw that humans cannot keep their youth and beauty forever. That everyone ages and weakens. The second journey led him to another scene, a person writhing in illness. A face contorted, breathing labored. He understood that sickness spares no one, no matter how rich or noble. The third journey shook him even more, a funeral. Sorrowful wails, and a motionless body being carried away. Death, something he had never faced, now appeared as undeniable reality. Those 3 journeys had shaken the secure world his father had spent so much effort building. But then, on the 4th journey, he encountered a completely different image, a monk in cloth robes, whose face was extraordinarily serene and whose eyes shone with peace as if nothing could disturb him. That monk had no possessions or power, but emanated a freedom and calmness he had never seen in the palace. That night, back in the palace, looking at his sleeping wife and child, surrounded by all the luxurious comforts, he realized, no matter how precious these things were, they could not answer the burning questions within. If aging, illness, and death are unavoidable, is there a way to find peace that rises above all those changes? In the stillness of the night, he made a decision that would change his life, leave everything behind. Not out of disgust or failure, but because he understood that to truly find the answer, he needed to enter life as others do and face suffering instead of avoiding it. From that moment, his search began. As night fell, he left the palace one last time with a heavy heart but full of resolve. The path ahead was dim, accompanied only by the sound of hooves and the steady breathing of his loyal horse, taking him further away from the world that had been his for so many years. In his mind echoed the images he had witnessed, the trembling hands of the elderly, the broken breath of the sick, the pallid face of the deceased, and the peaceful eyes of the monk. Those 4 images were like mirrors reflecting 4 truths about life. Truths he felt compelled to comprehend before it was too late. He knew that if he continued to live within that safety, those questions would gradually be buried by pleasures and comforts, and with them would go the chance to find an answer for himself and for others. That night, without a word of farewell, he departed, leaving behind his beloved wife, his small child, and everything the world calls perfect happiness. He began the journey of a seeker, no longer a prince, just an ordinary person with a passion to uncover life's true nature. He traveled across many lands, sought out renowned teachers, practiced severe ascetic disciplines, fasting, enduring hunger, sitting in meditation for hours under scorching sun or freezing cold, pushing his body to its limits. 6 years passed, and his body was skin and bones, his eyes sunken, his breath feeble. Yet his mind still hadn't found what he was searching for. He realized that this extreme path did not bring liberation, because when the body is exhausted, the mind becomes clouded. One morning, he recalled a memory from childhood, sitting under a rose apple tree, quietly watching leaves fall, and feeling a natural peace that came without effort. From that, he understood that peace does not come from forcing oneself into hardship, but from balance, the middle way, neither indulging nor abusing body and mind. Deciding to abandon the austerities, he accepted a bowl of milk from a nearby village woman, ate gratefully, and felt his strength return. Many of his ascetic companions left then, believing he had betrayed their ideals. But he knew he was on the right path. He came to a great tree by the bank of the Naranjara River, the Bodhi tree, and made a vow. Even if this flesh decays and these bones disintegrate, I will not leave this spot until I discover the truth. He sat down, spine straight, breathing gently, and began to look deeply into himself. On the first nights, his mind was like a rushing river, carrying memories, desires, fears, and all kinds of wandering thoughts. He did not try to push them away, nor cling to them. He simply observed, like someone standing on the riverbank watching the water pass by. He clearly saw how desires arise, how they turn into attachments, and from there give rise to suffering. He recognized that resistance to reality or the craving to change it is the root of all anxiety. Gradually, like a still lake when the wind dies down, his mind grew quiet. In that stillness, profound insights emerged. That all phenomena are impermanent. There is no fixed self. And all suffering can cease when attachments are let go. At dawn, he had become the awakened one, a Buddha, the enlightened. From that point on, he began to share what he had discovered. He spoke about the Four Noble Truths, not as dogma to believe in, but as honest observations anyone could verify for themselves. First, life contains suffering, illness, loss, disappointment, and the unease that even the good things eventually change. Second, suffering arises from craving, the constant desire for things to be different, better, or to cling tightly to what we already have. Third, suffering can end when we step out of the cycle of craving and resistance. Fourth, there is a path to reach that freedom, the Noble Eightfold Path, which includes right understanding, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, mindfulness, and concentration. He did not just teach theory, he often told simple stories that helped people come to realization on their own. Once, two monks were walking together and helped a young woman cross a river. One monk left the incident behind as soon as he placed her on the bank, but the other carried frustration with him for the rest of the journey. The Buddha explained, sometimes the suffering does not come from what happened, but from how long we hold on to it in our minds. Or the story of a meditation teacher who told someone picking a fight, when I speak from peace, everyone can feel that peace. When you speak from anger, everyone hears that anger. And so, the quality of our inner world radiates into everything we do. He taught mindfulness, being awake to each moment, as a key. Just sitting still, observing the breath, noticing when the mind wanders and gently guiding it back, is already a step toward liberation. He also taught compassion, sending wishes of well-being to ourselves, to loved ones, to strangers, and even to those who have hurt us. Because hatred never ends hatred, only love can do that. And he reminded everyone that all things in life are impermanent. Wanting to hold on to something forever is the root of suffering, while learning to love without clinging is the path to true freedom. That journey, from a palace prince, through extreme asceticism, to enlightenment and teaching across the land, is not just a story of one man who lived over 2,500 years ago, but a mirror for each of us. Every person has their own palace, the things we believe will protect us or make us happy, but sometimes those very things blind us to the truth. And every person, if courageous enough, can step beyond those walls to find the peace that has always been within. After attaining enlightenment beneath the Bodhi tree, he remained seated for many days in deep stillness, not because he had any doubt, but because his compassion moved him to reflect. Could this path he had found be shared? Was there a way to express what cannot be put into words so that anyone could follow it? He knew not everyone would be ready to listen, for this path does not promise power, wealth, or the things people usually associate with happiness. But he thought of all beings still drifting in the ocean of suffering, still searching without knowing what they seek, and he made a decision to begin teaching. From then on, his footsteps reached villages and cities alike. He met kings and peasants, merchants and beggars, and every time someone paused to listen, he patiently explained the path of awakening. He began with the Four Noble Truths, the foundation for all his later teachings. He said, the first truth is suffering. Suffering here is not only physical pain, but the constant dissatisfaction, the worry, the fear, and the loss we all go through. We grow old, our health declines, loved ones may leave us, and even in good times, we fear the day it all disappears. The second truth is the cause of suffering, craving, the endless wanting for things to go our way, the attachment to what we desire, and the rejection of what we do not. This constant, I want this, I do not want that, traps us in the restless cycle of discontent. The third truth is that suffering can end when the mind lets go of craving, when we are no longer tied to outcomes or appearances. A vast freedom opens, a peace not dependent on anything outside. And the fourth truth is the path that leads to the end of suffering, the Noble Eightfold Path. Right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. He never taught these as commandments to obey, but as a roadmap anyone could test for themselves. He told stories to make things clear. One day, he spoke of two monks crossing a river and helping a young woman to the other side. One let go right after, unburdened. The other walked silently for hours, eventually revealing his frustration, thinking his friend had broken the rules. The first monk smiled and said, "I set her down at the riverbank, but you are still carrying her in your mind." He wanted to show that most of our pain does not come from events, but from how tightly we cling to their stories. Or the story of a meditation teacher facing a hostile person. When we speak from peace, others feel peace. When we speak from anger, they feel that too. That is why training the mind benefits not only ourselves but everyone we encounter. He taught mindfulness not as something distant, but as a return to the present moment. Mindfulness can begin simply by noticing the breath, feeling the air go in and out, and when we see the mind wander, we just gently bring it back to the breath. He said each time we do that, we are training the mind like training a puppy, gently, patiently, without scolding, just guiding it back. We do not need to leave our daily lives. Mindfulness can be present when we wash dishes, walk, or have a conversation, as long as the mind knows what it is doing. He compared the mind to a glass of muddy water. The more you stir, the cloudier it gets, the more still it becomes, the clearer it gets, and when the mind is clear, wisdom and compassion shine naturally. He also taught loving kindness, a type of love that makes no distinction and asks for nothing in return. It begins by wishing well to ourselves, because if we cannot be kind to ourselves, it is hard to be kind to others. Then it expands to loved ones, to strangers, and finally even to those we dislike or who have hurt us. He explained that holding on to anger is like drinking poison and hoping the other person will suffer. Forgiveness does not mean denying what happened, but freeing ourselves from the weight of it. When we send well wishes to all beings, our heart grows lighter, and the world around us begins to shift. Another essential teaching is to understand and accept impermanence. He reminded us that everything, our bodies, our feelings, our circumstances, is always changing. Suffering arises when we want to keep what cannot be kept or push away what is already here. Letting go does not mean giving up love or care. It means loving without clinging, caring without fear of loss. He told the story of a mother who lost her child. At first, she was devastated, but when she searched for mustard seeds from a household untouched by death, she realized no house had been spared. She saw that her pain was part of the shared pain of all humanity. And from that place of understanding, her heart opened, and she learned to hold everyone with compassion. These teachings, even after more than 2,000 years, remain deeply relevant. In today's world, we still chase external things, jobs, status, possessions, hoping they will bring lasting happiness. Yet often, we end up feeling exhausted, anxious, and somehow still missing something. His path reminds us that peace does not come from controlling our circumstances, but from changing our relationship with them. When we live with mindfulness, when the heart is filled with compassion, and when we understand and accept impermanence, we begin to experience happiness right in the middle of ordinary moments. And then, as these teachings began to spread, people came not just to listen, but to try living them. They realized that mindfulness does not require giving up everything or hiding away in a remote mountain. It can be practiced in the middle of a noisy marketplace, during busy work hours, or in everyday conversations, simply pausing for a moment to breathe, to feel each step, to truly listen to a sound or a spoken word without rushing to react. That alone plants a seed of peace in the mind. He once said, "Each mindful breath is a step on the path of liberation. Every moment we are aware we are alive is a moment of true freedom." Many people began just by paying attention to their breath for a few minutes each morning, then extended that awareness while walking, while eating, or even while washing their hands. They discovered that when the mind stays with the present, the worries about the future and the regrets of the past begin to fade. And from that, a deep lightness arises. He also pointed out that compassion, when nurtured regularly, becomes a flowing energy present in everything we do. We do not always feel love for everyone, but each time we consciously send a silent wish of well-being, we are expanding our capacity to love. Some begin with, "May I be well," then move to, "May this friend be happy," and one day, they are surprised to sincerely wish, "May the one who hurt me find peace." That shift does not come from forced logic, but from a heart softened by practice. He explained that when we see others suffering, we recognize that their behavior, good or bad, comes from a desire to be happy or to avoid pain. And by understanding this, our anger and blame soften, replaced by the wish that they may find the right path to ease their suffering. Impermanence is something we often hear about but rarely feel deeply. He shared that many suffer the most when they lose something they thought would last forever, a relationship, a loved one, a title, beauty, or health. But in truth, impermanence is not the enemy. It is the very nature that makes life alive. Without it, a seed would never grow into a tree. Winter would never give way to spring, and sorrow would never be replaced by joy. Seeing impermanence clearly, we begin to cherish what we have without clinging, love without attachment, and enjoy without fear of loss. Just like someone watching a river knows the water will flow away. But that does not stop them from enjoying its beauty. He said the Noble Eightfold Path is not 8 separate rules, but 8 aspects of a mindful life, supporting one another like the spokes of a wheel. Right view is seeing reality as it is, impermanent, non-self, and interdependent. Right intention is cultivating wholesome thoughts, without harming oneself or others. Right speech means speaking truthfully, kindly, constructively, without spreading division or causing harm. Right action is behaving in ways that align with compassion and wisdom. Avoiding harm to life, not taking what is not given, and respecting the body. Right livelihood is choosing work that sustains us without causing suffering to people or animals. Right effort is the diligent energy to plant good seeds and prevent unwholesome ones. Right mindfulness is the continuous awareness of body, feelings, mind, and reality in each moment. Right concentration is the ability to steady the mind, making it clear and focused. When these 8 qualities are cultivated, life naturally moves toward peace and wisdom, and suffering begins to ease. Someone once asked him, in such a chaotic world, are these teachings still practical? He smiled and said that the suffering of humans today is no different, it just wears a new face. In the past, people feared losing crops or homes. Today, they fear losing jobs, money, or reputation. In the past, people envied others' wealth. Now, they envy social media likes and digital fame. But the root is still the same: craving and fear, attachment and resistance. And because of that, the path to freedom is still the same. Recognize the nature of suffering. Understand its cause. Trust that it can end. And practice the steps on the right path. He told a story about a wealthy merchant who had never sat still for more than 5 minutes in his life. When he heard the Buddha speak, he said he could not meditate, too many responsibilities, too many worries. The Buddha asked, when you drink water, do you know you are drinking? When you step on a stair, do you know where your foot is? The merchant was surprised. The Buddha continued, if you can know that you are drinking or stepping, you have already begun to meditate. Meditation is not about how long you sit, but whether you are truly living in this moment. From then on, the man practiced by giving full attention to the smallest actions. And strangely, even during his most stressful work hours, peace began to show up. Mindfulness also helps us recognize emotional waves as they arise, before they sweep us away. When we feel anger and can say to ourselves, this is anger, we have already stepped outside it a little, enough not to say or do something we will regret. When we feel anxiety and can recognize, this is anxiety, we give ourselves space to breathe and observe rather than be carried off by it. Emotions, like the weather, will change. What matters is keeping the mind like the open sky, allowing clouds to pass without holding them or pushing them away. When all of these practices are done regularly, they slowly change the way we live. We get caught up less in pointless arguments, spend less time comparing ourselves to others, and stop seeing ourselves as the center of everything. We begin to see the value in simple things: a good meal, a warm hug, a quiet morning, and in those simple things, peace becomes real, not some far-off idea. And then, when those who practiced began to taste the transformation within, they realized that all the teachings come back to one truth: do not run from suffering. Do not suppress emotions, instead, face them, observe them, understand them, and let them go. He often said suffering is like a crying child. If we only try to silence it, it will cry louder. But if we pick it up, hold it in the arms of attention and love, it will calm down. Many were surprised by this metaphor. But when they tried it, they found it true. Every time a strong emotion arises, instead of judging, why am I like this, or trying to push it away, they simply breathed deeply and acknowledged it. This is sadness. This is anger. This is worry. And by gently naming it, the emotion feels seen, accepted, and begins to settle down. He emphasized, this is not avoiding necessary action, but creating space in the mind so we can act from wisdom rather than from impulse. Some people also complained that they found it hard to keep their minds quiet, that even while meditating, their thoughts jumped around like a noisy marketplace, bouncing from one idea to another. The Buddha smiled and said, "That is perfectly normal. It is like opening the window of a room that has not been cleaned in a long time, the dust rises. Meditation does not create the dust. It only reveals what was already there. And when we patiently allow the dust to settle, the room becomes clearer and fresher." From then on, many were no longer afraid of the noise inside their minds. They saw every moment of recognizing the mind's wandering as an opportunity to return. Each return to the breath became a small victory. Gradually, the moments of stillness grew longer, and they discovered that peace is not about banishing all thoughts, but about not being controlled by them. He also encouraged the practice of gratitude as part of mindfulness, not only being thankful when things go well, but also when facing challenges. A simple meal, a roof that shelters from sun and rain, someone who listens, or even a hardship that makes us stronger. All of these are chances to recognize that life always offers something to be grateful for. When we cultivate this habit, our hearts become naturally richer, less inclined to complain, and more content with the present. He compared gratitude to an underground stream nourishing the field of our consciousness. When the stream flows strongly, weeds of resentment, envy, and blame have little room to grow. One day, someone asked him, "If everything is impermanent, if in the end everyone gets old, sick, and dies, then what is the point of living?" He replied that it is precisely because of impermanence that every moment of life is precious. Without impermanence, flowers would not bloom, babies would not grow, sorrow would not fade, and opportunities to change would never come. Impermanence helps us treasure what we have today, love while we still can, and forgive while there is still time. It also helps us realize that suffering will pass, no emotion lasts forever. Knowing this, we become less attached to joy and less afraid of sadness, understanding that everything is just part of the flow. The Buddha often wove lessons into simple stories, because stories reach the heart faster than theories. Once, he told of two friends who planted orange trees. One watered and cared for his tree every day, watching it grow, blossom, bear fruit, and finally enjoyed its sweet taste. The other worried constantly that the tree might never fruit, that worms might eat it, or that someone might steal it. Though his tree still grew, he never felt at peace. Even as he ate the fruit, he feared it might be the last. The Buddha said our lives are like that too, in the same situation. Our attitude and how we receive it will determine whether we experience peace. Many disciples realized that this practice was not about changing everyone or everything around them. It was about changing themselves. When we become calmer, respond less harshly, speak less hurtfully, and let go of the need to win arguments, our relationships soften. When we intentionally nurture compassion, we become a safe place for others, like the shade of a tree on a hot summer day. And strangely, when we stop chasing the need to prove ourselves, to be right, or to win, people begin to respect us more. He taught that spiritual practice is not measured by the number of hours spent sitting in meditation, but by the mindfulness and compassion we bring into daily life. One person might meditate for hours and still act with anger or selfishness. Another might sit just a few minutes each day, but live with awareness and love, and be far along the path. The practice is not an achievement to boast about, but a process, small, steady steps. Just like growing a tree, We cannot force it to grow faster. We can only provide the right conditions, care patiently, and let nature do the rest. Ultimately, he reminded us that the purpose of everything he taught was not to become someone special, but to come back to being truly ourselves, a person living with clarity, love, and inner freedom. Peace is not far away. It can be here, in this moment, when we breathe in and know we are breathing in. Breathe out and know we are breathing out. When we drink a sip of water and really taste it. When we hear a bird sing and do not need to think anything more about that song. Every moment of awareness is a moment of freedom. And when those moments add up, they form a life of freedom. As his teachings began to take root in people's daily lives, change became visible, not just in individuals but across communities. The once short-tempered person now paused to breathe before reacting. The previously selfish person now found ways to share. The anxious person now calmed themselves with a few gentle breaths. The air in these places grew lighter, with less conflict and tension. Relationships once thought broken began to mend through listening and understanding. People started to see that the Buddha's path was not a lofty ideal for monks in forests. It was a practical way to live, helping us respond wisely to whatever life presents, without losing our inner calm. One by one, as they practiced mindfulness, people noticed they were less pulled into the endless chase of desires, less caught in illusions of happiness tied to outside things. They realized true happiness lies in the ability to appreciate what is here and the capacity to let go of what cannot be held. This letting go is not an escape from life, but a deeper way of engaging with it, more alert, more open-hearted. When we let go, we make room for new and beautiful things to enter. Just like a garden must be cleared of weeds for new flowers to bloom. Our hearts need space free of resentment, fear, and craving for peace and wisdom to grow. Those who understand this no longer feel the need to hoard endlessly or let fleeting emotions dictate their actions. They still work, still love, still enjoy life, but without the constant fear of loss or the anxious clinging. That kind of freedom cannot be given by anyone else. It can only be created from within, by seeing clearly, understanding deeply, and practicing daily. That is the deeper meaning of the path the Buddha opened, a path that does not promise to remove all difficulties, but one that gives us clear eyes to see them, steady hands to handle them, and a warm heart to remain ourselves through it all. Once the seed of mindfulness begins to sprout in the heart of a practitioner, it quietly but steadily grows, like an underground stream flowing beneath the earth, unseen yet nourishing an entire forest above. Those who have tasted the sweetness of mindfulness start to realize that every moment in life can become a form of practice. From the moment they open their eyes in the morning, wash their face, take a sip of water, to the moments of stepping outside and encountering the countless sounds, sights, and people. Each time they give their full attention to a simple action, they feel as if they have just retrieved a missing piece of themselves, a part of life that used to slip by unnoticed in the rush. This energy brings not only peace to the practitioner but also spreads outward, creating a calm presence that others can feel, a space where they too can relax and feel safe. A non-judgmental way of listening, a gaze filled with understanding, or a sincere smile becomes a small yet precious gift, capable of healing weary hearts. Over time, practitioners begin to understand the true nature of suffering. they see that anger, resentment, and jealousy all stem from ignorance and wounds that have not yet healed. With this insight, their hearts soften. Instead of reacting, they choose to listen, to understand, and, if possible, to offer helpful words or actions. The more they live this way, the stronger their connection to the world becomes, not through attachment, but through deep empathy that transcends all differences. Peace is no longer a goal to chase, but the natural quality of life itself, present in every gesture, every word, every thought. External chaos no longer shakes them as it once did, for their roots have sunk deep into the soil of mindfulness and compassion. People begin to see that true strength is not the ability to impose one's will on others or on circumstances, but the ability to keep the heart steady and kind, even when faced with hardship. This is the path the Buddha walked and left behind for humanity, not as a doctrine to believe in, but as a map each person can explore, walk, and experience for themselves. It is a path with no final destination, for every day lived with mindfulness and compassion is already part of awakening, already a form of present moment happiness. Every step on the path is like an upward spiral. At first, it may feel like repeating what is already known, but over time, each repetition deepens, where understanding and experience become tightly woven. Practitioners come to see that even the simplest lessons, breathe and smile, or be aware of what is happening, never grow old. Instead, they reveal new depths with time. At first, sitting still for 5 minutes feels like a challenge. The mind acts like a restless child that refuses to settle. But with each passing day, patience grows, resistance fades, the breath becomes a close friend, and every sitting becomes a chance to return home, inwardly. In daily life, they begin to notice natural pauses, before answering a question, before sending a message, before stepping out the door. These pauses offer a moment to check whether the next action arises from wisdom and compassion or from habitual reactivity. As a result, conflicts lessen, decisions become wiser, and relationships grow healthier. Longtime practitioners even realize that suffering is a valuable part of the path. Without darkness, light is harder to appreciate. When faced with hardship, they no longer ask, "Why me?" but instead ask, "What can I learn from this experience?" That question creates space for growth. When misunderstood, they learn to listen and explain rather than escalate. When experiencing loss, they learn to embrace the pain instead of ignoring it or numbing it with temporary pleasures. Gradually, they come to a profound truth. Peace does not depend on everything going our way, but on our ability to accept and harmonize with things as they are. This acceptance is not resignation, it is seeing reality clearly and responding skillfully. This very attitude helps them stay grounded through storms. Like a large tree with deep roots that cannot be uprooted, no matter how strong the wind blows. At the same time, when living with a grateful heart, they realize life is filled with wonders that were once overlooked, the morning light shining through the leaves, the smell of the earth after rain, the laughter of a child, the warmth of a gentle touch. Each one becomes a reminder that we are alive, and that this life needs no extra conditions to be worth treasuring. When the mind reaches that state, they no longer feel separate from the world, but as part of a greater flow, where all beings are connected by an invisible thread of life. This connection nourishes unconditional compassion. They can no longer be indifferent to another's pain, no matter who or where that person is. From a small individual, they become a vital link in a vast web of love, spreading through every action, every word, every thought. They understand that great change does not require grand acts, only the planting of a kind seed each day. Eventually, that seed will sprout in someone's heart, and from there, a whole forest will grow. Spiritual maturity is like the light of dawn spreading across a field. At first, it is just faint rays on the horizon, but slowly, it spreads, clearing the mist, revealing all things in their true shape. Those who walk deeply on this path realize that wisdom is not the accumulation of knowledge, but the ability to see truth directly, unclouded by prejudice, memory, or personal desire. Every moment of mindfulness is like wiping clean the dusty mirror of the mind, allowing it to reflect life just as it is. They discover that even short moments of awareness hold great power, like a single drop falling into a still lake, sending ripples far and wide. In those moments, the boundary between self and other fades. Everything simply becomes part of the living whole. That sense of connection is no longer just a beautiful idea in a book, it becomes a clear, direct experience they can no longer unsee. From there, compassion becomes a natural reflex, no longer forced. When they see someone suffering, they do not just think, "That poor person," but feel the pain as if it were their own. Helping, even in the smallest way, becomes a joy, not a burden. Satisfaction does not come from receiving thanks, but from knowing that they have lessened suffering in the world, even just a little. Practitioners also gain deeper insight into impermanence and non-self, realizing that clinging to any fixed idea of who I am is just another form of bondage. As they let go of these self-images, they feel lighter, like someone releasing a heavy load carried for far too long. In that space, they can live fully in the moment, without worrying about who they are or how they are perceived. This does not make them passive. On the contrary, they are freer to act rightly, not out of ego, but out of clarity. They do good not for praise, and they do not avoid good just for fear of being misunderstood. This freedom is what the Buddha spoke of. Enlightenment is not becoming someone special, but returning to our original clarity, where the mind is like a quiet lake, reflecting all images without being bound by any of them. In this state, even the most ordinary actions, sweeping the floor, cooking, driving, talking, carry the quality of meditation. Each act is done with mindfulness and love, making life more meaningful than ever before. When abiding in each moment becomes a natural part of life, it lays a firm foundation that no upheaval can easily shake. Those who truly walk the path of mindfulness begin to perceive more clearly how phenomena arise through interdependent conditions. Nothing exists independently. Everything arises in dependence upon others. This understanding transcends mere intellectual knowledge and becomes an intuitive knowing, allowing them to sense the invisible ties between themselves and the world. When a leaf falls, they perceive the whole chain of causes: the seed, sunlight, rain, nourishing earth, and the gentle autumn breeze. When someone smiles, they sense the sky of conditions that brought it into being, memories of beauty. Those who loved them, moments of calm. Every glance, every breath, contains an entire cosmos. and they live with a profound appreciation previously unknown. In such a state, even the smallest act becomes an occasion to honor life, because they understand that even the gentlest kindness radiates in ways beyond measure. A gentle word can save someone's day. A caring gesture may change the trajectory of a life. This awareness leads them to act with great care, not out of fear, but out of respect for the deep connectivity of all beings. When confronted with suffering, they do not shrink away or judge. They listen as if to a call from their own heart, knowing that both suffering and joy are messengers of life's truth. This capacity makes them a refuge for others, not by promising to solve all problems, but through their silent, loving presence that invites others to be seen and to find their own path. They no longer feel compelled to intervene or fix everything. Instead, they trust life's unfolding, knowing each being has their own ripening time. That kind of letting go does not mean indifference. It is the respect for each one's freedom and journey, while remaining ready to offer support when needed. This cultivates a boundless, unconditional love, which paradoxically grows the more they give. In such moments, they realize happiness is not a distant goal but the path itself. In each step, each breath, each gaze, when the mind is firmly grounded, life is not a series of tasks to complete, but a current to be savored. Every experience, from a peaceful morning to a challenging day, becomes fertilizer for the soul, a chance to understand oneself and to love more deeply. This practice naturally extends beyond the individual and enriches the community, for each peaceful person creates a circle of peace around them, like a candle passing flame to another without losing its own light. A mindful, compassionate heart radiates quietly like the scent of a rare flower, subtly reaching those who are ready to receive. Someone deeply rooted in this path no longer seeks external recognition, because they know the true value of a mindful life comes from lived experience, not praise or attention. Each morning, when their eyes open, they no longer rush into a cascade of duties or worries. Instead, they pause for a moment to give thanks for being alive, still able to love, learn, practice. This sense of gratitude anchors all their actions, enabling them to engage with work, people, and circumstances with openness and reverence. In conversation, they listen not only with their ears but with their heart, noticing what is said, and also what remains unsaid, sensing fears, anxieties, hopes beneath the surface. That kind of listening, even without words of advice, can bring deep comfort, for few of us are fully received like that. In their work, they shift focus from results to presence in each step. Joy emerges in the process, not only from the outcome. This not only eases pressure but also elevates the quality of their work, each action carried out with attention and care. In difficulty, instead of panic or self-blame, they regard it as a lesson testing their steadiness, observing their own response like a scientist observes a phenomenon, without rushing to judgment, simply noting and learning. This approach helps them maintain equanimity even in turbulent times, becoming a source of strength for others. Those who encounter them sense a diffusion of peace, not promised, but present in the unwavering belief that even when things fall apart, we can face them and pass through without being swept away. That presence alone has changed many lives. For sometimes one living example awakens others to the path. As the number of practitioners grows, The community begins to build on trust and goodwill. Not competition and suspicion. They share experiences, support each other when faith wavers, gently guide return when one strays. And as they do, they see that the Buddha's teaching is not only for the individual but for the collective. Just as a single drop of water evaporates, but merged in the ocean, becomes infinite, collective practice not only strengthens individual resolve but creates a powerful common energy that extends beyond the group, even touching those who have not heard of mindfulness but feel its impact. In such an atmosphere, compassion becomes not an abstract ideal but a shared breath, the way people naturally relate to one another without effort or instruction. The strength of a mindful community lies in its potential to transform social structures, reducing violence, greed, and deceit, and instead fostering respect, sharing, and cooperation. Those who enter that space seldom return to old ways, because they've seen another possibility for human coexistence, to live together in peace without fear or barriers. From there, the personal path merges with humanity's journey, becoming part of a collective movement to nurture awareness across the globe. For true peace arises only when all beings are at peace. This expanding awareness reveals that each small action carries ripple effects, like a pebble dropped into still water inducing waves that travel far. A smile given to a stranger, a gentle word to a coworker, a selfless act to someone in need, all leave a mark in someone's heart, capable of shifting the course of a day, even a life. Fully recognizing the power of each action, they move through life more subtly, no longer reactive, no longer seeking to win, but choosing responses that sustain harmony and uplift others. In moments of challenge, rather than blame or avoidance, they focus on solutions, accept what cannot be changed, and patiently work on what can be. This calm becomes a natural magnet, for in a turbulent world, serene presence offers solace to exhausted hearts. Those around them learn to listen to themselves, to observe emotions without getting swept away, and to keep their hearts open even when wounded. A mindful community becomes a wellspring, each person both student and teacher to one another, sharing experiences, bolstering spirits, practicing together so that the light of mindfulness never dims. That collective energy spreads beyond the group, touching families, workplaces, and environments. When compassion and wisdom are cultivated collectively, values like honesty, respect, cooperation gradually replace suspicion and conflict, opening the possibility of building communities, even societies, where peace is not a distant dream but an attainable reality. From that point, the practitioner no longer sees the path of mindfulness as a solitary journey, but as part of humanity's flow, each mindful step and each mindful breath contributing to the easing of collective suffering. That awareness fuels an enduring commitment, though the path remains long and full of challenges. As long as even one being suffers, there remains cause to continue planting seeds of mindfulness and compassion in every moment. The maturity of a mindful community is not measured by its membership numbers or the size of its gatherings, but by the depth of connection among its members, by how each person introspects, nurtures themselves, and then shares that illumination outward. Those who have practiced for years now recognize that true practice does not end with sitting quietly on a meditation cushion or walking through serene gardens. It must permeate every breath, word, and choice, especially in the most challenging moments. When faced with conflict, they no longer see it as a threat to eliminate, but as an opportunity to understand themselves and others more deeply, to recognize habitual patterns in action, and to practice letting go of rigid assumptions. In the face of loss, they do not rush to fill the void with fleeting pleasures. Instead, they allow themselves to feel the pain fully, gently cradling their sorrow as one might hold a crying child until the tears subside. At work, they no longer climb at any cost toward a higher position. Instead, they reflect on whether they are genuinely contributing to the collective and acting with honesty and dedication. In raising children, they resist imposing rigid molds. They choose to listen, foster curiosity, and encourage self-awareness, helping children build an inner foundation strong enough to walk their own path. These small yet powerful changes, when they spread throughout a community, create a wholesome environment where respect for differences replaces mindless competition, and collective solutions take precedence over individual gain. As this community integrates into the broader society, its positive influence begins to reshape institutions, practices, even systems. Transparency, accountability, trust, and kindness gradually supplant secrecy, deception, and manipulation. A society nurtured by mindful communities becomes resilient against violence, injustice, and greed, because each individual understands their role in maintaining collective balance and harmony. As this awareness spreads, it forms the foundation for lasting peace, not merely the absence of war, but the presence of understanding, respect, and love. People living in such a society feel no need to guard against one another or hide their vulnerabilities, because they know they are supported by a network of trust. That environment, in turn, nurtures new generations raised with healthy hearts and a capacity to cherish life from childhood, forming an ongoing, benevolent circle through time. Personal transformation becomes intertwined with humanity's journey. Each mindful step becomes a gift to all, like a raindrop refreshing arid land and opening paths for renewal once thought impossible. The deepest transformation often begins with the awareness that suffering is inevitable, but how we respond to suffering can change. The Four Noble Truths that the Buddha discovered are not lofty doctrines, but a roadmap anyone can test in life. Understanding the truth of suffering, dukkha, one no longer reacts with shock or anger when faced with hardship. They recognize suffering as a natural part of living. Seeing the truth of the cause, samudaya, they identify suffering's root in craving, clinging to what they want or rejecting what they dislike. Through the truth of the cessation, nirodha, they glimpse liberation when the mind is unbound, a freedom that no external condition can grant or take away. Then, by practicing the truth of the path, magga, the Noble Eightfold Path, they walk each step with mindfulness, compassion, and wisdom. Right view helps them see the impermanent, selfless, and interdependent nature of phenomena. Right intention nourishes thoughts that cultivate love, not hatred. Right speech becomes a bridge, not a blade. Right action guides them toward kindness. Right livelihood ensures they earn a living in harmony with people and nature. Right effort fosters perseverance. Right mindfulness anchors presence in each moment. Right concentration steadies the mind like a mountain in the wind. As this path infuses their daily lives, every challenge becomes a lesson. Every mundane moment becomes fertile ground for practice. A moment of misunderstanding becomes a chance to practice right speech and mindfulness. A setback at work becomes an opportunity for right effort and concentration. Witnessing another's suffering becomes a call to right action and right intention. The path ceases to be theoretical, it becomes life itself. Through deeper practice, they discern the difference between living mindfully and living by habit. One choice offers clarity, openness, wisdom, the other, dullness, confusion, and bondage. Choosing mindfulness means daily training in attentiveness, refusing to be carried away by life's chaotic current. Over time, this practice opens a new level of awareness, where every upheaval is seen with calm clarity. No longer overwhelmed by fear, no longer carried away by joy, because all emerges and passes according to the law of impermanence. When one embraces impermanence as a friend, they learn to let go without resentment and accept without attachment. This liberates an enormous energy once wasted in resisting reality, energy now directed toward creation, kindness, and nurturing what is wholesome. From there, they begin to understand compassion, not as a soft sentiment reserved for those we love, but as a firm, inclusive love that embraces even those who challenge us, seeing them too as beings in suffering, shaped by ignorance and past conditioning. When this compassion merges with wisdom, it becomes a force capable of transforming not only individuals but entire communities. One mindful person becomes like a lantern in the darkness, revealing the way without pomp. When such lights connect, the darkness dissipates. Thus, mindful communities become a potent force capable of transforming societies from their roots. Incremental, sustained changes ripple outward, like underground springs nourishing forests, like fragrances carried on the air, like sunrise dispelling night. This is not a time-bound project but a lifelong process, a commitment to life itself. So that each breath, each step, each word contributes to a world with less suffering and more peace. In a small village on the mountainside, there lived a man named En. He was famous throughout the region, not for wealth or power, but for always wearing a gentle smile. Even when facing the most difficult challenges, people said that En had endured losses so devastating that most would never recover, losing his parents when he was still a child, struggling to raise his younger sister, then losing his wife early, leaving him to raise his 3-year-old son alone. At first, the weight of grief made him live like a shadow, quietly working during the day and crying alone at night. One day, while walking into the forest to gather firewood, he met an old monk meditating by a stream. When En approached, the monk simply said, "You cannot stop the stream from flowing, but you can learn how to drink from it." Those words struck him like a bell, awakening his heart. From that day on, En began visiting the small temple near the village, learning little by little how to breathe, how to sit still, and how to observe his own mind. At first, he thought it was just a way to soothe his pain. But over time, he realized the practice not only helped him endure but also gave him a deep understanding of the nature of suffering. He began to see that everything in life is impermanent, joy and sorrow, loss and meeting again. Understanding this, he no longer tried to cling to what had passed, nor did he fear what was to come. Each morning, when sunlight shone through the window, He would smile, knowing that today he could still live and still love. This change in him slowly spread to his son, to his neighbors, and eventually to the whole village. When someone was feeling down, they would seek out in, not for him to solve their problems, but to simply sit beside him, listen to his breathing, and feel the peace radiating from him. Some people who once doubted meditation found that after just one conversation with him, they wanted to give it a try. Soon, the whole village began gathering in the temple courtyard every evening, sitting quietly together for 5 minutes, listening to a story, and wishing each other a good night. The change was not loud or dramatic, but steady, like a small stream slowly wearing down a hard rock. Petty conflicts between neighbors decreased. Children fought less, and adults raised their voices less often. The village became a place where anyone who came felt lighter at heart. And stories spread to other villages. Some people traveled from far away just to learn his simple and peaceful way of living. When asked his secret, he would only smile and say, "I just breathe, just look, and just live fully in whatever I am doing." At first, this answer puzzled people, but after spending a few days with him, they began to understand. True peace does not mean the absence of problems, but the ability to stand firm in the midst of them. And life was a living example of what the Buddha taught, that the path to ending suffering is not far away, but right in how we live each moment. When this story was told, it became a seed planted in many hearts, sparking the belief that anyone, no matter their circumstances, can start anew and find peace within themselves. It is a simple story, yet deeply moving, because it is not theory, but a real life. A testament that the Buddha's teachings can be practiced right in the middle of everyday life. Those who truly feel this will see that spiritual practice does not require leaving everything behind. It begins simply by pausing, breathing, and listening to oneself. The understanding of impermanence that N's story evokes goes beyond accepting changes in one's personal life. It expands into a broader view of the way the world works. When one realizes that all things are constantly arising and fading away, one clings less to the idea that this must last forever, or this must never change. As a result, there is less suffering caused by the desire for permanence in a world that is always changing. For long-time practitioners, impermanence is not only about loss, it is also a promise of renewal and transformation. The hardships and sorrows of today will also pass, just as the cold winter eventually yields to the warmth of spring. This way of seeing nurtures hope, not the kind of wishful thinking that ignores reality, but a steady confidence built on direct observation of life. When impermanence is seen clearly, it becomes easier to let go, because one understands that holding on tightly only brings more pain. Letting go here does not mean neglect or denial. It means allowing things to follow their natural course, while keeping the heart unbound. In real life, this shows up as not trying to control every situation, not clinging to a specific outcome, and not letting negative emotions take over when things do not go as planned. When a relationship changes, instead of blaming or resenting, the practitioner appreciates what was shared and learns from what has been lost. When work encounters obstacles, they focus on what can be adjusted, rather than being paralyzed by disappointment. This approach allows them to remain stable and clear-headed, even amid great turmoil. When many people practice in this way, A collective energy of peace and steadiness is created, like a gentle but powerful stream, gradually calming the waves of anger, greed, and fear. Such a community becomes living proof that change starting within each person can influence the entire group. And when that energy spreads beyond the local community, reaching other groups, organizations, even nations, it can help transform how people cooperate and resolve conflict. Instead of trying to impose or destroy one another, they learn to listen, to understand, and to find solutions that benefit both sides. This is how a small seed of mindfulness and compassion can grow into a global forest of peace. This path is not a fantasy. It has been proven over thousands of years of practice and transmission. When each person takes small but steady steps, humanity moves forward together. Personal peace and collective peace are inseparable. You cannot hope for a peaceful world if each heart is still full of conflict and unrest. That is why every act of practice, whether it is breathing mindfully for a few minutes or smiling at a stranger, is a brick in the foundation of a better future. Those who understand this never underestimate the power of small acts, because they know that great things always begin with humble but persistent beginnings. The combination of wisdom that sees impermanence and compassion nurtured through practice not only helps a person live more lightly but also creates a quiet force that changes the environment around them. When a person lets go of the need to control, they create space for understanding and genuine connection. In conversations, instead of clinging to their viewpoint at all costs, they can listen deeply, recognize the other person's perspective, and find common ground to build on together. In the family, they do not impose high expectations that create pressure, but encourage each member to grow in their own way, knowing that every path has value. At work, they are not driven by destructive competition, but focus on how to contribute to the greater good. These small changes, when multiplied, gradually form a new culture, one where kindness is valued over instant profit, and sustainability is valued over short-term gain. This does not mean abandoning ambition or goals, but placing them in a larger context where personal growth does not come at the cost of the community or the environment. A society built on this foundation would know how to allocate resources fairly, reduce conflict, encourage creativity, and protect life. It all begins with small actions done in mindfulness. A teacher paying true attention to each student. A doctor listening to the patient instead of just treating symptoms. A leader placing the common good above personal gain. Seeds of mindfulness and compassion, when sown everywhere, will gradually grow into forests, creating zones of well-being in a turbulent world. Those who pass through such places will feel the difference, carry a bit of peace with them, and spread it further. This is how one mindful local community can inspire others, forming a global network linked by understanding and love. Imagine a world where cities, villages, schools, hospitals, and businesses all operate on the principles of mindfulness and compassion, where every decision, big or small, is made with careful consideration of its long-term impact on people and the planet. Such a world is not out of reach if each of us begins now. Right where we are, with small but steady steps. Waking up each morning and taking a deep breath before starting the day. Choosing to listen instead of reacting hastily. Choosing to help instead of ignoring. Choosing to forgive instead of holding on to anger. When these choices are repeated long enough, they become instinct, and that instinct shapes a new kind of human being, one of mindfulness, compassion, and wisdom. When enough people live this way, society will enter a new stage of evolution, where the core value is no longer power or dominance, but the ability to live in harmony with one another and with nature. It is a long road, but not an impossible one. It requires perseverance, but the reward is a world where peace is not just a dream, but a reality that can be felt in every breath, every step. The spread of values rooted in mindfulness and compassion, when cultivated in the right way, will not only change people's awareness but will also transform, at the deepest level, the way they treat one another and their environment. A community that has truly absorbed this spirit will form a new culture of interaction, where every decision, big or small, is weighed against the common good and long-term sustainability. In such a space, children are nurtured not only with knowledge from books, but are also taught the skills of listening, understanding emotions, accepting differences, and putting themselves in another's position before taking action. Adults in this community are encouraged to maintain mindfulness practice in their work and daily lives, because they understand that the inner stability of each individual is the foundation for the stability of the whole group. When a large enough group sustains this energy of peace and clarity, they become a quiet yet enduring force that can influence areas that may seem far removed, such as the economy, politics, education, and environmental protection. Leaders raised in such an environment will not chase short-term gains or resort to manipulation to achieve goals. Instead, they will focus their vision on balanced, harmonious development between people, society, and nature. Businesses in such a community will not only care about profit but will also value the impact they have on human life and the ecosystem, actively contributing to activities that protect and restore the shared environment. Agriculture will be organized in a sustainable way, prioritizing the health of the soil, water, and crops rather than maximizing yields with chemicals. Education will be designed to help students grow fully in both intellect and spirit, aiming to raise individuals who live responsibly toward themselves and their community. In this vision, healthcare will not only treat illness but will also care for the body, mind, and living environment as a whole, helping people prevent and reduce the causes of disease that stem from lifestyle, stress, and pollution. When such values spread beyond the borders of a single community, they will gradually form a global network of mindfulness beacons, connected not by pressure or competition but by support, shared experience, and inspiration. Each beacon, whether a small village, a city, or an organization, can become an example for others to follow. As these seeds take root everywhere, humanity will step into a new era where peace is not just a treaty on paper, but a living reality in every relationship, every policy, every project, and every family. The journey toward that future will require patience, because it cannot be achieved overnight. Yet every mindful action, no matter how small, will help move the collective forward. A gentle word instead of an outburst, a fair decision instead of favoritism, a careful step instead of harming the environment. Each is a brick in the foundation of a peaceful future. When this becomes a shared habit, we will realize that the world we have always dreamed of is not far away, It begins with what we choose and do in each present moment. Recognizing that lasting change in the world cannot be separated from the transformation of each individual has become the driving force that keeps practitioners committed to the path of mindfulness. They understand that no matter how large-scale or ambitious an external reform might be, it will quickly collapse if people are still ruled by greed, anger, and ignorance. Therefore, instead of focusing only on changing systems or laws, they put their effort into building a solid spiritual and ethical foundation for themselves and for those around them. This does not mean turning away from the world, rather, it means engaging with it as a patient gardener, ready to plant seeds, nurture them, remove weeds, and wait for the harvest, knowing that results may come slowly. In this process, there will inevitably be moments of fatigue, doubt, or discouragement, but returning to the breath and to each mindful step helps them find the strength to continue. When a group of people shares this vision, they create a community bound not by material interests, but by a shared trust in humanity's ability to transform. Such a community becomes a refuge for those who have lost their way, and also a center that radiates positive energy outward. Each member, no matter how simple and ordinary their life may seem, becomes a seed of change, because the way they are present, listen, and act is already a living lesson for others. When this community connects with similar ones in other places, a global network of mindfulness begins to form, unrestricted by language, religion, or nationality. In this network, people support each other by sharing experience, encouraging one another, working together on environmental protection projects, educating the next generation, and aiding regions suffering from natural disasters, war, or poverty. Each act, no matter how small, strengthens the belief that humanity has another path besides violence and competition. When the principles of mindfulness and compassion are applied in politics, economics, science, and the arts, the decisions and creations that emerge will be more holistic and sustainable, because they will serve not only immediate needs but also consider the long-term consequences for future generations. A world that operates in this way will not require massive campaigns to maintain peace, because peace will have become a natural part of society's structure, woven into every relationship, every activity, and every breath. The road to that state may still be long and full of challenges, but every step taken today matters, and every seed of mindfulness planted holds the potential to bloom. Understanding this, people will no longer hesitate or wait for a perfect moment to begin. They will see that the present moment is the most precious opportunity to practice, to change, and to contribute. The gathering of individuals who have trained in mindfulness and compassion for a long time creates a kind of collective energy that is difficult to measure but easy to feel, like warmth filling a room when many candles are burning together. This energy is not loud or showy, but it has the power to calm restless minds and ignite hope in those who are in despair. When this energy is steadily nurtured, through group practice sessions, through working together on good causes, through moments of silent, non-judgmental listening, it becomes a solid foundation for all of the community's activities. In our modern society, full of pressure, competition, and constant change, the existence of such oases of peace is invaluable. They not only help people maintain balance in their daily lives but also become examples for other communities to follow. When a group of people learns to slow down, to look more deeply, and to act from a place of mindfulness, they will make decisions that do not create more conflict or harm, but instead heal and build. This applies not only to personal relationships but also to collective decisions about resource management, economic development, environmental conservation, and the resolution of long-standing disputes. The strength of a mindful community lies in the fact that each member feels both responsible for and capable of contributing to the collective well-being, rather than waiting for or depending on a small group of leaders. When this spirit of responsibility and cooperation spreads, it changes the way society operates. Because important decisions will no longer be based on the interests of a few but will be carefully considered to ensure the benefit of the many and of future generations. This transformation also has a profound effect on people's psychology, helping them feel part of something larger and more meaningful, and easing the loneliness and alienation that are so common in modern life. When people find meaning in contributing to the collective and see the positive impact of what they do, they are motivated to continue their practice and to spread it further. This creates a continuously nourishing cycle. Practice generates peace. Peace leads to kind actions. Kind actions strengthen community bonds. And a strong community nurtures more mindful individuals. Over time, this cycle expands, connecting mindful communities in many regions and countries, until this network covers the globe, becoming a quiet yet powerful current capable of influencing the course of history. This is no longer just a dream, but a real possibility if each person begins with themselves, right now, taking small but steady steps. No one needs to wait until they are perfect to start, because starting with clumsy steps is itself a valuable lesson. And each time we rise after stumbling, the path becomes clearer. When many people walk this path together, it will gradually turn into a great avenue leading humanity into a new era, one in which wisdom, compassion, and cooperation form the foundation of all relationships and decisions. When a community has cultivated a solid foundation of mindfulness and compassion, the change does not only happen in the realm of spiritual life, it spreads into every aspect of society. It is like a pure river flowing through the land, not only cooling the air but also enriching the soil on both banks. People in such a community develop the habit of asking not, "What do I get from this?" but, "How will this benefit everyone?" This shift in thinking is the key to solving the global problems the modern world is facing. When addressing conflict, they do not try to impose their viewpoint or defeat the other side. Instead, they patiently listen, explore unmet needs and hidden fears, and from there, seek a path toward reconciliation. In economic development, they consider the long-term impact of each project, avoiding short-term profits that break the natural balance or harm vulnerable communities. In education, they emphasize emotional intelligence alongside knowledge, so that students are not only skilled in their profession but also capable of empathy, cooperation, and caring for their own mental well-being. In healthcare, they combine advanced treatment methods with psychological support, viewing health as the harmony of both body and mind, not merely the absence of illness. When these principles are applied consistently, they gradually create a society where violence, injustice, and inequality have no place, because everyone is seen and treated equally in dignity and opportunity. The influence of such a society will extend beyond national borders. Because in this era of global connection, values and successful models spread quickly, inspiring others to apply and adapt them to their own conditions. The more regions adopt a lifestyle and way of operating based on mindfulness and compassion, the stronger the ripple effect will be, forming a wave of peace, powerful enough to shift the direction of humanity as a whole. Of course, this path is not easy. There will always be challenges, resistance from old habits, personal or group interests, and the doubts of those who have yet to believe in the possibility of change. But it is precisely at such times that the strength of a mindful community shines brightest. They do not respond with anger or violence, but with patience, understanding, and persistent action to prove the value of the path they have chosen. They know that a seed cannot sprout overnight, but if it is nurtured and protected, one day it will grow into a tree that offers shade for all. In the same way, today's small actions, though they may not yield immediate results, are essential parts of a future in which people live together in peace, respect, and cooperation. This is a vision that anyone can help bring to life, regardless of age, status, or ability, because the doorway to the journey of mindfulness is always open in the present moment, waiting for each person to step through by their own choice. When people realize that every small action in the present is quietly shaping the future, they will gradually change their way of living, from being swept along in the current of unconscious habits to consciously choosing each thought, word, and deed. Instead of reacting instinctively in moments of disagreement, they learn to pause, take a deep breath, observe the emotions rising within, and then choose how to respond. Instead of valuing personal victory, they focus on finding solutions that work for all sides. Instead of chasing distant goals at the expense of the present, they begin to cherish each moment, finding joy in simple things like a family meal, an honest conversation, or a quiet morning. This inner transformation becomes the strong foundation for every social reform, because no system or policy can last without the consent and maturity of the people who operate it. As more members of a community live with mindfulness and compassion, relationships grow healthier, because people no longer see one another as tools to achieve a goal, but as whole human beings worthy of respect. In the workplace, cooperation replaces destructive competition, creativity flows from inspiration rather than pressure, and success is measured by sustainability and shared benefit, not merely by profit margins. In families, parents do not impose their unfulfilled dreams on their children, but become companions who help their children explore and develop their own potential. Children grow up with a sense of responsibility, gratitude, and appreciation for every opportunity. At the societal level, major decisions are made after broad consultation, with the voices of vulnerable groups heard and respected. Development projects are designed not only to meet current needs but to safeguard the rights of future generations. Environmental policies are implemented with the united will of the entire community, because everyone understands that the health of the planet is their own health. When these values become the norm, injustice, corruption, and violence will gradually lose their foothold, not because they are suppressed by force, but because they are no longer sustained by people's minds and actions. This is the quiet yet enduring power of mindfulness and compassion. To change from the roots rather than just treating the symptoms. To create lasting transformation instead of temporary results. A world like this is not merely the ideal of sages or religions. It is a practical path that anyone can walk. Beginning with the care of one's own heart and mind. When each person becomes a small lamp, the light will spread and connect into a network of illumination that covers the earth, shining into the dark corners of fear, suspicion, and division, guiding humanity together into a new era, the era of wisdom, love, and lasting peace. After walking the path of mindfulness for a long enough time, people begin to sense a subtle yet profound change in how they experience life. The mind becomes less noisy. Emotions soften, and attention is no longer dragged endlessly by worries, but pauses at what truly matters. They realize that every breath, every step, every glance can be an opportunity to connect with life, to clearly see the deep interconnection between themselves and the world. When they understand that their existence is inseparable from the trees, rivers, air, and the people around them, they naturally begin to act with greater care for the environment and community. Daily choices, such as using resources sparingly, supporting sustainable products, reducing waste, helping local farmers, or choosing environmentally friendly modes of transportation, all stem from the understanding that any action harming the earth will ultimately affect themselves and those they love. On the level of social interaction, mindfulness and compassion keep them from being easily swept into cycles of criticism, blame, or discrimination. Instead, they approach issues with questions like, what has caused this person to act this way? And, is there a way to help them suffer less? This approach does not excuse harmful behavior, but it creates space for understanding and the possibility of change. When practiced widely, society shifts from a model of punishment to one of healing, from a blame-based culture to a cooperative culture. Workplaces that embrace this spirit have higher engagement, fewer internal conflicts, and more sustainable productivity, because employees feel respected, heard, and valued. In schools, students are encouraged to share genuine feelings, to learn constructive conflict resolution, and to understand that grades are not the only measure of a person's worth. In politics, leaders grounded in mindfulness and compassion will prioritize policies that ensure fairness, protect human rights, and maintain ecological balance, because they understand that power is not for self-service, but for serving the well-being of all. When nurtured and carried through generations, this vision leads to a society where people live with mutual trust and respect, where conflicts are resolved not by violence but through dialogue, where resources are allocated according to real needs rather than the interests of a small group. This is not a distant dream. It is the natural result of consistently applying the principles the Buddha left behind: right view, right thought, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration, in every field of life. In such a world, there will be little need for peace slogans, because peace will be embedded in every decision, every relationship, every policy. It will be part of the very nature of how humanity exists and grows. To achieve this, each person must see clearly that the journey begins within themselves, in how they face their own thoughts and emotions, in the words they choose, and in the actions they take each day. No one else can walk this path for them. But as they walk, they inspire others to join. And gradually, many small paths merge into a wide avenue leading humanity into a new era, the era of wisdom, compassion, and sustainable cooperation. The spread of mindfulness and compassion, once deeply rooted in the life of individuals and communities, will steadily reshape the operating principles of society in ways that are more sustainable, humane, and holistic than any model built solely on power or economic gain. When many people share such a foundation of awareness, their understanding of success, happiness, power, and freedom changes accordingly. Success is no longer measured by the amount of wealth accumulated or the extent of control, but by the ability to live in peace, contribute positively to the community, and leave a spiritual legacy for future generations. Happiness is no longer dependent on possessing more, but comes from knowing contentment, from sincere relationships, and from the ability to appreciate the beauty of the present moment. Power is no longer a tool for imposing, but a means of protecting and uplifting. Freedom is no longer seen simply as the ability to do whatever one wants, but as the inner liberation from being ruled by greed, anger, and ignorance. When these core concepts are redefined, systems of education, economics, law, and healthcare naturally shift to reflect these new values. Education will prioritize the cultivation of empathy, critical thinking, and cooperative spirit alongside specialized knowledge, creating well-rounded human beings. Economics will move towards circular models, where resources are reused to the maximum and profits are distributed more fairly. Law will be built on the principle of restorative justice, focusing on healing and reintegration rather than only punishment. Healthcare will combine physical treatment with mental care, seeing the person as a unified whole of body, mind, and spirit. These gradual transformations will not happen overnight, but when pursued consistently, they reinforce each other, forming a solid foundation for a society that respects all forms of life. In such an environment, violence, injustice, and environmental destruction will decline, not because they are crushed by strict laws, but because people no longer have the inner drive to sustain them. The new values become habits, then instincts, like breathing, needing no enforcement, no forced effort. At this point, everyone feels a deep connection with one another, knowing that their happiness is bound to the happiness of others, and that their safety depends on the safety of the shared environment. From this awareness, international relations will also change. Instead of competing through ruthless exploitation of resources or economic pressure, nations will cooperate to maintain ecological balance, share technology, and support one another in the face of global challenges such as climate change, pandemics, or humanitarian crises. This global network of cooperation will exist not only at the government level, but also at the community and individual levels, with countless projects, initiatives, and cross-border movements born from empathy and shared responsibility. It is a grand vision, but entirely achievable if each person recognizes their role and begins with specific actions today. For although global change sounds vast, it is in fact woven from millions of micro-actions, each kind word, each conscious choice as a consumer, each moment of deep listening, repeated daily until they form the shared culture of humanity. When the principles of mindfulness and compassion have become the living fabric of every action, word, and thought, society begins to operate at an entirely different frequency, where conflicts once considered inevitable gradually give way to cooperation. Where differences in culture, language, belief, or opinion are no longer barriers but opportunities to learn and broaden one's vision. People in such a context not only care for the interests of their own group or generation, but develop an awareness that embraces all of humanity and future generations. From this understanding, decisions are no longer limited by short-term benefit, but always consider their long-term impact on the environment, society, and the spiritual foundation of humanity. This creates a politics of service rather than domination, where power is entrusted to those who can keep their minds clear, have the wisdom to balance different interests, and the courage to protect what is right even when it does not offer immediate personal advantage. In economics, sustainable business models are prioritized not only for financial results but for their positive impact on the environment and communities. Businesses become part of the solution rather than part of the problem. Actively regenerating resources, investing in education and healthcare, and supporting social programs. In education, children are guided to develop both intellect and moral character, to listen to themselves, empathize with others, and cooperate in shared work. The result is a generation capable of solving problems creatively and responsibly. Combining scientific understanding with humanistic wisdom. In healthcare, caring for health means not only treating illness but nurturing overall well-being, physical, mental, and emotional. Community-based care models built on connection and mutual support are developed, helping people not just live longer, but live healthier and happier lives. When these areas link together within a system based on mindfulness and compassion, they form a self-reinforcing cycle. Good education produces responsible citizens. Responsible citizens run the economy and politics sustainably. This in turn improves healthcare and the living environment. And a healthy environment continues to nurture new generations with clear minds and open hearts. This process changes not only the structure of society, but also people's deep sense of the meaning of life. Instead of living in anxiety, fear, and a sense of lack, people feel fullness in the present moment, grateful for what they have, and ready to share with others. Gratitude becomes a subtle form of energy, transmitted through each look, smile, and gesture, creating a peaceful atmosphere that anyone entering can feel. When enough people live in this state, they naturally become a source of attraction, inviting others onto the path of mindfulness. The mindful community gradually expands, connecting with others worldwide, sharing experiences, supporting each other in hard times, and organizing activities together for the benefit of all. From a small group, the seed of mindfulness spreads into a global movement, strong enough to create systemic changes once thought impossible. The future then is no longer an uncertain mystery, but a collective masterpiece, where each person is an artist adding a subtle stroke to the shared canvas. The picture of a world that knows how to live together, respect one another, and protect our shared home. When the foundation of mindfulness and compassion has penetrated deeply into every layer of society, change no longer stops at the level of individual behavior. It begins to shape structural operating principles, creating a social ecosystem where people, nature, and life support systems coexist in harmony. Relationships between individuals and communities, and between communities and the global whole, are rebuilt on trust, transparency, and goodwill. People no longer act kindly because of rules or laws, but because kindness has become a natural part of who they are. The presence of each individual in a mindful community is like a note in a symphony, no note more important than another, but all working together to create a harmonious whole, supporting and complementing each other. In the workplace, instead of fiercely competing for personal advantage, people seek to amplify each other's strengths so that everyone achieves the best results. In families, listening and understanding become habits. Children grow up confident because they know they are loved and accepted, while parents feel joy seeing their children grow naturally without pressure to become someone else's version. In community activities, people willingly share their time, skills, and resources to solve shared problems, from caring for the elderly, helping the sick, to protecting the environment or building educational projects. Leadership structures also change, shifting from concentrated power to servant leadership, where those in the highest positions are the ones who can listen deeply, connect diverse perspectives, and place the common good above personal interests. Policies are designed not only from statistics or economic goals, but also with consideration for quality of life, mental well-being, and long-term sustainability. Education is reformed into a journey of awakening, where students not only receive knowledge but also learn how to live happily, cooperate, and create. Subjects on mindfulness, emotional intelligence, conflict resolution, and environmental awareness are part of the official curriculum. Healthcare becomes a comprehensive care system, blending modern medicine, natural healing methods, and practices that nurture the spirit. People do not only go to hospitals when ill, they are supported in maintaining health through mindful eating, exercise, rest, and regular mindfulness practice. The economic system is restructured to encourage socially and environmentally responsible businesses, rewarding initiatives that benefit the common good while limiting harmful activities. The consumer market shifts toward sustainable products with transparent origins and fair production. Nations, instead of confronting each other and racing for armaments, cooperate on global projects to tackle climate change, preserve biodiversity, and support regions heavily affected by natural disasters. Media no longer exploits fear and sensationalism to attract attention. It focuses on delivering accurate information, nurturing hope, and inspiring positive action. When all these elements converge, the world operates like a giant symbiotic network, where each part is nourished by all the others. People realize that true prosperity is not having more wealth than others, but ensuring that everyone has enough to live healthy, safe, and happy lives. Such a world will not be without challenges, but instead of dividing people, challenges are seen as opportunities to learn, innovate, and strengthen unity. This is the result of a long journey in which every step, no matter how small, has value. No one is left behind, forgotten, or deemed meaningless, because every person is a vital link in the chain that sustains life. When the foundation of mindfulness and compassion has been sustained across generations, Its ripple effect extends beyond a single community or nation, becoming a global wave. Every nation and territory, despite differences in history, language, or faith, finds one immutable common ground: the desire to live in peace, prosperity, and mutual respect. This awareness drives leaders, scholars, scientists, and entrepreneurs to collaborate more closely than ever, not out of competitive pressure, but out of understanding that the world's greatest challenges, climate change, energy crises, pandemics, hunger, inequality, cannot be solved within national borders. International conferences are no longer arenas for vying over advantage, but true forums of collective intelligence, where solutions are discussed based on science, ethics, and long-term common benefit. Transparency in information, humility in dialogue, and willingness to test new approaches become the standard, making decisions more practical and sustainable. In science and technology, the spirit of mindfulness guides research and innovation toward a balance between progress and preservation. Artificial intelligence, renewable energy, advanced medicine, these are developed not just for maximum efficiency, but to minimize negative impact on ecosystems and ensure fairness in access. Such technologies are shared openly instead of kept as secrets for exclusive profit. Open collaboration becomes a pillar, allowing human knowledge to grow rapidly while reducing the risk of replicating old systems of inequality. Culture and the arts also flourish in such an environment. Artists from everywhere can create together without being limited by geography, producing works that cross national boundaries, reflecting humanity's diversity while honoring the deepest common ground: the desire to live happily and peacefully. Art becomes a tool for healing, connecting people at an emotional level, helping them directly experience the value of compassion and unity, something statistics or speeches often fail to convey fully. In education, international cooperation enables the sharing of resources, teaching methods, and philosophies. Children everywhere gain access to foundational knowledge while learning soft skills like listening, cooperation, conflict resolution, and environmental stewardship. The aim of education is not merely to produce skilled workers, but to nurture responsible global citizens who can think long-term and act for the common good. Graduates are not pushed immediately into a harsh competitive race, but are encouraged to participate in social projects, internships in communities that need support, and real-world experiences that deepen their understanding of what they have learned and what humanity is facing. The media environment, once fertile ground for misinformation, division, and fear-based exploitation, now operates under principles of transparency and responsibility. Journalists, editors, and content creators are fully aware of their influence, choosing to report in ways that inform without inciting, providing context to help the public understand issues and encouraging participation in solutions. Stories of kindness, creativity, and positive initiatives appear more often, inspiring many to act. At the community level, mindful cities take shape, not just as architectural concepts, but as living environments integrating sustainable urban planning, green transportation, public spaces for cultural activities, education, and meditation. Neighborhoods are designed to encourage meeting, interaction, and cooperation rather than isolating households. Food is grown and distributed locally to reduce transport and pollution, while strengthening the connection between producers and consumers. When all areas operate according to mindfulness and compassion, the accumulated positive effects over time create a fundamental shift in the collective consciousness. People no longer see nature as an endless resource to exploit, but as a living ecosystem to be respected and cared for as they would care for their own bodies. They no longer see differences as reasons for suspicion or conflict, but as opportunities to learn and expand understanding. This state of balance is not static stillness, but directed dynamism, like a river that flows continuously without eroding its banks, nourishing everything it passes. To sustain this state, each individual understands that self-cultivation is a responsibility that cannot be neglected. No one can live mindfully on another's behalf, but every mindful act by one person strengthens the shared foundation. The farmer who sows seeds with respect for the soil, the teacher who stands before the class with love for students, the doctor who heals with compassion, the leader who makes decisions with clarity and selflessness, all are walking the same path. Though in different forms, looking back, humanity realizes this journey did not begin with a grand event or global decree, but with countless small moments, a deep breath, a kind word, a conscious purchase, an afternoon cleaning up litter by the river, a conversation between two former opponents. These moments, repeated millions of times, weave the strong network that keeps the world from slipping back into the spiral of ignorance and conflict. In the future, the new generation will hear this story not as a distant legend, but as a shared memory, a living lesson that lasting change begins with inner transformation and radiates outward. Children will grow up with a natural belief that living mindfully and compassionately is simply normal. That cooperation and mutual respect are the obvious foundations of society. This outlook will become the most valuable legacy that today's generation leaves behind, a legacy that cannot be measured in money, yet is worth more than any material treasure, for it safeguards the future of humanity and the planet. When the world has entered a stage where the principles of mindfulness and compassion serve as the compass for all activity, the sense of division between nations, religions, or cultures begins to fade, replaced by a deep awareness that all belong to one shared family. International meetings will no longer be tense bargaining sessions, but spaces filled with positive curiosity, with a genuine desire to listen and learn from one another. Delegations will not arrive burdened by fear of losing advantage, but with the will to find optimal solutions for the entire planet. Global agreements will no longer be dry documents signed for formality, but living commitments, monitored, evaluated, and adjusted based on real results, with oversight and participation from communities around the world. Major cities, once known for their noise, congestion, and pressure, will become centers of creativity, education, and community life. The honking of car horns will give way to birdsong and laughter. Green public transportation, smartly designed for speed and convenience, will make commuting an enjoyable part of the day rather than a burden. Community gardens will bloom between skyscrapers, offering spaces where people can grow vegetables and flowers, and also where they can meet, make friends, and share life experiences. Children growing up in this environment will learn early that food does not magically appear on a supermarket shelf. It comes from caring hands and harmony with nature. Rural areas will not be left behind in development, but will become hubs for sustainable production and cultural preservation. Local people will be empowered to manage their own resources, with scientific and technical support from research institutes and universities. Traditional festivals will be preserved not only as entertainment, but as a thread connecting generations, reminding everyone of the link between people, the land, and history. Economic growth will not break apart social structures, but strengthen them by creating jobs tied to environmental protection and heritage conservation. In science, researchers will understand that wisdom comes not only from data and theory, but also from careful observation and the ability to connect across disciplines. New discoveries in biology, physics, energy, and medicine will be weighed for their long-term impacts. Technology will no longer be a tool to drive more consumption, but a means to save resources, reduce repetitive labor, and free time for people to invest in creativity, art, research, or simply the enjoyment of life. Education, as the foundation for the future, will be organized as a lifelong journey. Children, youth, adults, and the elderly will all have opportunities to learn new skills, not just for work, but to enrich their personal lives. Subjects will not be rigidly separated, but integrated to reflect the complex interconnections between fields. A student might study ecology through gardening, learn mathematics by managing a community project, or learn a foreign language through exchanges with friends in other countries. Media and the arts, powerful forces in shaping perception, will become extensions of the process of healing and connection. Films, literature, and art exhibitions will no longer exploit tragedy or violence for attention, but will tell stories of courage, cooperation, and love overcoming challenges. Music, the universal language of emotion, will be celebrated in community concerts, where people of all backgrounds and social statuses can create moments of shared uplift together. Yet maintaining such a society cannot rely solely on policies or systems. It depends deeply on daily personal practice. People will learn to begin the morning with a few minutes of meditation or deep breathing, letting the mind settle before facing the day with clarity. They will pay attention to every meal, savoring the taste and feeling gratitude for the many hands that brought the food to the table. They will practice truly listening when someone speaks, without interrupting, without rushing to judge. When facing difficulty, they will see it as an opportunity to practice recognizing emotions, seeking solutions, rather than reacting unconsciously. Children will be encouraged to join community activities from an early age, not just to help, but to feel connection and to understand that personal happiness is always linked to the happiness of others. Teenagers will be given opportunities to lead small projects, learning how to make decisions that consider multiple factors, how to work in teams, and how to resolve conflicts constructively. Adults, even with busy schedules, will make time for personal growth and community contribution, knowing that a strong society is built from individuals strong in both skill and ethics. On a global scale, networks of mindfulness will connect millions of people. They will share practice experiences, support each other through challenges, and organize action campaigns for the environment, peace, education, and healthcare. Online events will gather tens of millions from different time zones to meditate together, sing together, and make shared commitments to act. This positive energy will flow beyond physical boundaries, becoming a soft power that reaches places never directly touched by the mindfulness movement. Looking back on the whole journey, people will see that every change began from small seeds planted in each heart. When watered with mindfulness and compassion, these seeds not only sprouted but grew into great trees, offering shade and bearing fruit for generations. The strength of a mindful society will not lie in avoiding hardship, but in its ability to face, learn, and evolve through each challenge. Such a world will not be free of suffering, but suffering will no longer turn into hatred. It will become the raw material for human growth, for the honing of love and wisdom, and for deepening human connection. The maturity of a society grounded in mindfulness and compassion will not be measured solely by economic indicators or scientific achievements, but will be most visible in the way people interact each day. On an ordinary morning anywhere in the world, the common sight will not be long lines of honking cars, but wide streets with lanes for bicycles and pedestrians shaded by trees, where strangers can smile at one another without having met before. Small shops will not try to outshine each other with blinding signs or loud ads, but will compete through sincerity and service, through product quality, and through sustainability. Sellers and buyers will see each other as equal partners, knowing that each transaction is part of a cycle that nourishes both sides. In families, meals will no longer be interrupted by phones or televisions, but will return to their original value, as moments of connection where people share stories, experiences, and worries, finding solutions together. Children will be listened to as individuals with their own voices, not forced into rigid molds, but guided to take responsibility for their choices and actions. Teenagers, instead of drowning in pressure to succeed by narrow old standards, will be encouraged to explore themselves, discover passions, and develop them into careers or forms of contribution that fit them. Elders will not be pushed to the margins, but will serve as storytellers, keepers of collective memory, passing on life experience and spiritual values to future generations. In community life, collective activities such as fairs, harvest festivals, or environmental volunteer days become defining features that strengthen bonds. These activities are not just for entertainment, but serve as reminders of the mutual relationship between individuals and the collective, between humans and nature. Community leaders do not only appear when major issues arise, they are present regularly as ordinary members, ready to listen, join in shared labor, and take on responsibilities alongside everyone else. On the national level, policies are built on real-world data combined with clear ethical principles. Decision-making is no longer driven by the short-term pressures of election cycles or special interest groups, but guided by long-term goals that benefit multiple generations. Major investments are prioritized in foundational areas: education, healthcare, clean energy, and biodiversity conservation. Every project undergoes strict social and environmental impact assessments, with participation from the community and independent experts, ensuring that benefits are not bought at the cost of lasting destruction. On the international stage, cooperation is strengthened through alliances built on trust and transparency. When a crisis occurs in one region, other nations do not simply watch from afar or send condolences, they actively coordinate relief. Share resources, expertise, and technology. These actions are driven not only by diplomatic obligation, but by the recognition that major problems are inherently interconnected. A wound in one place will eventually affect the entire global system. Media, once a source of division by exploiting differences for clicks and views, becomes a tool for connection, offering multi-dimensional perspectives and promoting understanding. Interview programs, documentaries, and investigative reports focus on solutions rather than simply exposing problems. Stories about a remote community restoring its forests, about young innovators creating low-cost, effective water filtration for areas in scarcity, or about successful educational initiatives in the poorest regions. All of these spread inspiration and serve as models to replicate. The arts continue to serve as the voice of the collective soul. Works of painting, sculpture, music, and film no longer just reflect reality, but also open visions of humanity's best possibilities. Outdoor concerts draw tens of thousands of people of all ages and backgrounds, sitting together under warm golden lights to share a moment of connection that transcends language. All these expressions, whether at the personal, community, national, or international level, stem from daily practice. Mindfulness is no longer seen as a technique reserved for those of a certain religion or philosophy, but as an essential life skill. Like reading, writing, or arithmetic, free mindfulness classes are offered in community centers, schools, hospitals, and even businesses. People learn how to pause amid the busyness of life to notice what they are thinking, feeling, and doing. These pauses help break the cycle of unconscious reactions, creating space to choose wiser actions. Once these habits become culture, maintaining them is no longer a burden or duty, it becomes a natural need. Just as the body requires food and rest, the mind requires quiet moments to regenerate energy and maintain clarity. A mindful society understands that investing in such moments of stillness does not reduce productivity, on the contrary. It improves quality and effectiveness in all areas. This structure is not static, it is alive and adaptable. When faced with a new challenge, the community treats it as an opportunity to experiment with new approaches, to learn from failures, and to share successes. This openness prevents the society from falling into stagnation, while preserving unity even when opinions differ. All of this, on the surface, might look like an idealistic picture, but in reality, it is built from millions of small daily decisions. Each time someone chooses to listen instead of interrupt, each time a group chooses to cooperate instead of confront, each time a business chooses sustainable materials instead of the cheapest and fastest option. All of these choices combine to create a force powerful enough to shift entire systems. The spread of a mindful culture brings about changes so deep that many people, looking back, realize the old world, with its constant stress, fear of being left behind, and endless race to prove one's worth, has faded into a distant memory. Like an old dream recalled only in fragments. In its place, a new rhythm governs life, slower but deeper, less noisy but richer in meaning. People begin to measure the value of a day not by how many tasks they finish, but by the quality of each moment lived. by how awake they were in their interactions with the world and with themselves. Morning in the cities, once the most chaotic time filled with honking horns, hurried voices, and tense faces, has transformed into something gentler. Cafes open early not only to serve drinks, but to provide quiet spaces for those who want to meditate or read. Tree-lined streets offer bike lanes and walking paths, where eye contact and smiles are exchanged as naturally as breathing. In workplaces, meeting rooms are not just for discussing strategies and targets, but also for listening to one another and finding ways forward that meet goals while protecting everyone's balance. Cooperation replaces cutthroat competition, and when a project succeeds, the joy is shared widely. No one feels left out or pushed aside. In schools, children are no longer forced to memorize endless information just to pass exams. Instead, they are encouraged to ask questions and explore the connection between knowledge and real life. A biology lesson might take place in the school garden, where students observe insects, record their behavior, and then discuss how each species contributes to the ecosystem. History is not merely a list of events and dates, but a story about human beings, their choices, consequences, and the lessons we can apply today. Art is no longer considered a secondary subject, but is recognized as a medium for nurturing imagination and sensitivity, qualities that are just as important as any academic skill. In hospitals, doctors do more than treat symptoms. They talk with patients about lifestyle, diet, and mental well-being, encouraging mindfulness practices to support recovery. Waiting rooms are designed with natural light, greenery, and quiet areas to reduce stress. Nurses and healthcare workers are trained in deep listening and compassionate communication, so patients do not feel like just cases, but like whole human beings. Community health programs focus on prevention, offering group exercise sessions, nutrition workshops, and meditation classes. In the economic sphere, business models have shifted fundamentally. Profit is no longer the sole goal, but must go hand in hand with social benefit and environmental protection. Companies adopt complete transparency, allowing consumers to know exactly where a product is made, by whom, under what working conditions, and with what environmental impact. Shoppers become partners, supporting responsible brands and thus nudging the market toward sustainability. Shared economy initiatives flourish, from shared transportation and co-working spaces to systems for exchanging goods and services without money. These models not only save resources, but also build trust-based relationships among people. In local communities, the spirit of self-governance is stronger. Residents actively propose and carry out joint projects, from renovating parks and planting trees to organizing free classes for disadvantaged children. The government's role is to provide resources and legal frameworks, while decision-making power belongs to the people who actually live there. This creates a sense of ownership and shared responsibility, ensuring that projects and activities are maintained over the long term. In cultural life, festivals and community events are no longer occasions for mass consumption, but opportunities to celebrate shared values and connect people. An autumn festival might feature outdoor concerts, local farmers markets, art exhibitions, and even collective meditation sessions. These activities not only draw local residents, but also invite visitors, creating cultural exchange while preserving local identity. On a global scale, nations work more closely together in scientific research, sharing data and technology to address issues like climate change, energy crises, and epidemics. When an important discovery is made anywhere, it is quickly disseminated so that everyone can apply it, rather than being kept secret for commercial advantage. International organizations become platforms for genuine cooperation, with transparent mechanisms and clear accountability to ensure that commitments are not just words on paper. A common image in this era is the global online conference, where millions of people from across time zones come together to listen to speakers, join small group discussions, and make collective commitments to action. Global campaigns to protect forests, clean oceans, and support education in disadvantaged areas happen regularly, mobilizing financial and human resources in a short time. Social media, once criticized for spreading misinformation and encouraging toxic behavior, has become a tool for sharing inspiring stories, connecting like-minded people, and mobilizing collective action. Technology platforms use algorithms that prioritize constructive content and encourage respectful, thoughtful discussions. At the heart of all these changes is still personal practice. Every person, regardless of where they live or what they do, understands that peace and happiness cannot be given from the outside. They must be cultivated within. The habit of spending time each day in stillness, observing the breath, recognizing emotions, and feeling gratitude for small things becomes an anchor that helps them remain steady through any change. When millions of people maintain this habit, positive energy spreads into every corner of life, creating a solid foundation that no crisis can completely destroy. The creation of a mindful society is never a one-night event, but the result of millions of small choices, repeated daily by ordinary people who persist in keeping their minds clear. When each person begins to slow down, observe more closely, choose to speak kind words instead of reacting angrily, choose to help instead of ignore, choose to protect instead of exploit, the entire social atmosphere shifts naturally. On streets once tense and hurried, more and more eyes listen attentively. More hands are ready to help someone in need, and more small groups gather to plant trees, paint walls, or clean up trash without expecting payment. In offices, meetings become less formal but more effective, because people have learned to speak clearly, listen sincerely, and focus on finding solutions rather than assigning blame. When employees feel respected and empowered, they are willing to create, collaborate, and share knowledge without fear of being taken advantage of. This creates a positive cycle, a workplace that nurtures people, and people who in turn nurture the workplace. In schools, children grow up knowing that everyone has their own value, that differences are not reasons for separation, but resources for learning. Group activities are designed so that every student can contribute in ways that match their abilities and personalities, building both confidence and teamwork skills. Teachers are not only transmitters of knowledge, but also mindfulness guides who inspire gratitude and help students recognize and manage emotions. Recess is not just for play, but also a time for children to organize their own games, resolve disputes, and learn to yield or defend their viewpoints without causing harm to others. The healthcare system develops toward proactive, preventive, and holistic care. Community health centers combine modern medicine with time-tested traditional methods, offering not only medical treatment but also classes on nutrition, exercise, meditation, and psychological support. People no longer wait until they are seriously ill to see a doctor, but maintain regular checkups and share health information within their communities so everyone can help prevent disease. As a result, hospital burdens are reduced, healthcare workers have more time for each patient, and the relationship between doctor and patient becomes closer and more trusting. In a mindful society, the economy operates on the principle of harmony between profit, people, and the planet. Businesses are no longer judged solely by revenue, but by the positive impact they create. Manufacturing companies adopt circular recycling models, turning waste into raw materials and minimizing environmental impact as much as possible. Shops prioritize locally sourced products to reduce long-distance transportation and create local jobs. Consumers actively research products, asking questions about their origins, production processes, and labor conditions. It is this conscious choice by consumers that drives producers to change for the better. Local communities become the healthy building blocks of society. Each person is both a recipient of support and a contributor to collective growth. Small groups come together to plan tree planting, build libraries, open vocational training classes, or host knowledge and life skill sharing sessions. When a family faces hardship, the entire community rallies to help, whether by raising funds, offering work opportunities, or caring for children so parents can seek new employment. These activities not only address immediate problems, but also strengthen bonds between people, making everyone feel they belong, have a place, and have value. On a national scale, policymakers understand that true prosperity cannot be measured by GDP alone. It must also include quality of life, mental health, environmental sustainability, and social cohesion. Budgets are allocated fairly, with priority given to education, healthcare, environmental protection, and community projects. In lawmaking, citizens' opinions are heard through open, transparent consultation channels. Major decisions are communicated clearly so everyone understands why changes are needed and can participate in implementing them. At the international level, cooperation replaces confrontation. Nations no longer race to dominate, but instead compete healthily to see who can contribute more to the common good. New technologies, especially in renewable energy, healthcare, and sustainable agriculture, are widely shared instead of kept under monopoly. International organizations become meeting grounds to find solutions for global challenges. From climate change and food crises to cultural preservation. When disaster strikes anywhere, aid arrives not only in material form, but also through the sharing of expertise, technology, and volunteer manpower. Global media plays a role in spreading positive stories and successful models. Inspiring action. Reports about a village reborn through community solidarity. A group of students creating clean energy solutions for remote areas. Or a network of women helping each other start businesses. All become valuable material for replication elsewhere. All of this is sustained by the foundation of personal practice. Every day, individuals set aside time for mindfulness, not just as an exercise, but as a way of life. They observe themselves in interactions with others, noticing when they are swept up by negative emotions so they can pause, breathe, and adjust. They cultivate gratitude not only for big things, but also for small moments like the morning sun, birdsong, or a stranger's smile. This steady maintenance helps them remain grounded through life's inevitable changes. And when a community is made up of such people, the whole society becomes more adaptable, resilient, and compassionate. When a society has fully developed the habit of living with mindfulness and compassion, every relationship, system, and decision reflects these values naturally, without needing labels or slogans. On every street, people feel safe not only because laws are in place, but because the shared awareness of the community makes harmful behavior almost non-existent. Conflicts that once could have escalated into violence are now resolved through dialogue. Through meetings at community centers where mediators trained in deep listening and heart-to-heart connection are present. Children witness adults resolving disagreements calmly and respectfully, learning that real strength lies not in overpowering others, but in finding common ground. In marketplaces, commerce is no longer a battle over prices but a mutually beneficial exchange. Sellers know that maintaining trust and ensuring product quality will bring customers back. Buyers know that paying a fair price respects the effort and time of producers. Smiles, greetings, and handshakes become part of every transaction, turning trade into not just an exchange of goods but also an exchange of positive energy. In companies, management shifts from rigid pyramids to flexible networks. Teams self-organize, assign tasks based on individual strengths, coordinate closely, yet stay flexible enough to adapt when circumstances change. Business goals are built on core values of serving the community, protecting the environment, and maintaining enough profit to reinvest in innovation and improving working conditions. Meetings are held not just to report results, but also to share lessons learned, acknowledge mistakes, and work together on solutions for the future. In the education system, learning is no longer confined to 4 classroom walls. Students take part in community projects such as organic gardening, forest restoration, and water conservation, helping them understand the connection between textbook knowledge and real life. Subjects are integrated so students can see the links between mathematics and architectural design, chemistry and environmental protection, history and social awareness. Teachers encourage students to ask their own questions and seek answers, turning the classroom into a forum for idea exchange rather than one-way memorization. The healthcare system takes a holistic approach, viewing physical, mental, and social health as inseparable. Beyond treatment, hospitals offer psychological support programs, meditation and yoga classes, and activities that connect patients with the community. When someone is hospitalized long-term, volunteer groups take turns visiting, bringing books, music, or simply sitting for conversation so patients do not feel alone. Care comes not only from medical staff but from the entire society, speeding recovery and reducing suffering. The global economy, under the influence of a mindful generation, becomes more balanced between short-term and long-term interests. International trade agreements include provisions to protect the environment, safeguard workers' rights, and promote clean technologies. Multinational corporations, once criticized for depleting resources and maximizing profit at any cost, must now comply with strict social responsibility standards. Global consumers become discerning, ready to boycott brands that violate these principles, and to strongly support brands that are transparent, fair, and humane. International media serves as a vast network for connecting knowledge and experience. Instead of chasing views with sensational headlines, news outlets focus on delivering in-depth analysis, scientific evidence, and real-life stories from multiple perspectives. Journalists are trained to understand the cultural, historical, and social context of each issue, allowing them to report with greater fairness and accuracy. A diversity of sources ensures that the public is not confined to the echo chamber of their own opinions, but is exposed to different viewpoints that broaden understanding. On a personal level, mindfulness becomes an inseparable part of daily life. In the morning, before starting work, many people take a few minutes to sit quietly, breathe deeply, and set an intention for the day. While eating, they focus on the taste, texture, and color of the food, remembering the effort of everyone who made the meal possible, from the farmer to the driver who transported it, to the person who prepared it. When working, they pay attention to each movement and thought, avoiding being swept away by stress or pressure. In the evening, they take time to reflect on the day, acknowledge moments of gratitude, and let the mind relax before sleep. These seemingly small habits, when maintained by millions, create an immense wave of positive energy that spreads everywhere. This not only makes individuals healthier and more peaceful, but also significantly reduces social conflict, strengthens cooperation, and nurtures a culture of mutual respect. From this foundation, major decisions at national and international levels can be implemented more smoothly, as the collective will has already been cultivated from the roots. Once the seeds of mindfulness and compassion take deep root in each person, they begin to sprout into small yet lasting changes in every corner of daily life. Someone who once had a quick temper, after months of practicing breathing and observation, learns to recognize anger the moment it arises, and to pause before words or actions cause harm. This change not only affects them personally, but also influences their family, friends, and colleagues, as every interaction becomes gentler, more respectful, and more attuned to listening. A calm person is like a lamp shining in a dark room, making those around feel safe and drawn closer. When such moments of peace are amplified by millions, they form a new atmosphere for the whole community, one where tension is no longer the default state. Kindness is no longer rare, and people start believing that positive change is possible. In neighborhoods, small volunteer groups naturally form to care for shared spaces. They plant trees, paint murals, clean the streets, and repair public items. These are not short-lived trends that flare up and fade away, but regular practices woven into the rhythm of life, like drinking water or exercising. In families, dinner is no longer a rushed meal to get over with, but a time for each member to share something they are grateful for that day, to listen, and to support one another. Children growing up in such environments naturally learn to care, to share, and to step back to make room for others. In the workplace, companies begin to realize that sustainable effectiveness does not come from constant pressure, but from a balance of discipline and genuine appreciation for employees. Work schedules are redesigned so people have time to rest, recharge, and engage in activities that deepen connections with one another. When employees feel valued not just for their productivity numbers but also for their human qualities, they become more loyal to the organization, more creative in their work, and more willing to contribute to shared goals. In education, schools start to prioritize life skills alongside academic knowledge. Students are taught how to manage emotions, communicate without violence, cooperate with those who are different, and make decisions based on both reason and empathy. These skills become the foundation for stepping into life with confidence, not only chasing achievements but also preserving inner balance. In healthcare, a clear transformation takes place as medical facilities evolve from places focused only on diagnosis and prescriptions to spaces for holistic healing. Patients are encouraged to participate in their recovery through proper nutrition, gentle movement, meditation, and community support. Medical staff do not only treat symptoms, they listen to patient stories, contexts, and emotional needs, offering care that is truly tailored. In the economy, business models rooted in human values start becoming the standard. Companies no longer chase profit at any cost, but aim for lasting positive impact on society and the environment. Consumers strongly support products with transparent origins, sustainable production, and fair labor conditions. This positive pressure compels other companies to change in order to survive. At the national level, public policies reflect a clear long-term vision, placing community benefit above short-term gains. Governments work closely with social organizations, businesses, and citizens to create programs that promote equality, protect the environment, and improve quality of life. The decision-making process is broadened so that more voices are heard and more perspectives considered, ensuring policies receive wide public support and achieve better results in practice. Internationally, multilateral cooperation becomes the golden rule. Countries recognize that no single nation can solve global problems like climate change, pandemics, energy crises, or cybersecurity threats on its own. They actively share technology, knowledge, and resources, while helping each other strengthen internal capacity. International conferences are not just for signing documents, but for learning from one another and co-designing global solutions that suit different regions. Global media, once criticized for fueling division and negativity, now becomes a bridge for spreading inspiring stories. Social platforms prioritize constructive content, encourage respectful dialogue, and promote community-oriented action. Online campaigns rally millions of people to protect the environment, aid disaster-stricken areas, or support educational initiatives in underprivileged places. Ultimately, all these large-scale changes can only be sustained if each individual maintains the habit of returning to their breath and the present moment, refreshing their mind every day, no matter how advanced the outside world becomes. Inner mindfulness remains the irreplaceable foundation. When individuals maintain mindfulness, communities keep their connections strong, and large systems operate on human-centered principles. Society as a whole stands as firmly as a building set on solid rock, capable of withstanding any challenge. When the principles of mindful living have become second nature, their presence can be felt in even the smallest details of collective life, from how people move through the streets to how national policies are made. In the city, Transportation systems are designed not only for speed, but for safety, comfort, and environmental friendliness. Wide streets with dedicated bike lanes, tree-shaded sidewalks, and public stops with seating and free books for those waiting. People on the road don't jostle or blare their horns. They respect each other's right of way as a natural expression of civilized behavior. At morning markets, interactions between buyers and sellers unfold at an unhurried pace. There is talk about the origins of the products, genuine words of thanks, and small stories that connect them beyond the transaction. In the workplace, processes aim not just at productivity, but ensure that employees have time to learn, grow, and rest. Regular meetings make room for people to share personal reflections, building understanding instead of focusing solely on numbers. In classrooms, teachers and students see each other as partners on a journey of discovery. Lessons don't just have right or wrong answers. Students are encouraged to find multiple approaches and to respect diversity of thought. Hospitals and health centers blend modern medicine with the art of caring for the spirit. Patients are guided in self-care and invited to join meditation, yoga, or art therapy groups, helping them take an active role in recovery. Businesses operate with a philosophy of responsible enterprise, caring not only about profit but ensuring that their supply chains are transparent, fair, and sustainable, building lasting trust with customers. Neighborhoods hold annual events to strengthen bonds among residents. Regardless of age, profession, or background, traditional festivals are refreshed to preserve cultural identity while being eco-friendly. Reducing waste and encouraging everyone's participation. National policies are crafted to promote social equity, giving everyone access to education, healthcare, and job opportunities. Public budgets prioritize projects with long-term impacts on quality of life and the environment, rather than chasing short-term accolades. On a global scale, climate agreements, biodiversity protection, and technology sharing pacts are pursued not out of political pressure, but from a shared understanding that this planet is our only home and its future depends on sincere cooperation. International organizations become transparent, accountable, and led by people truly devoted to serving humanity's collective good. Global media connects people through authentic stories, reflecting both achievements and challenges, and invites the public to take part in solutions rather than remain passive observers. In the digital space, social media algorithms are designed to promote positive, nuanced content, fostering respectful dialogue while resisting the spread of misinformation and hate. And all of it comes back to one core point: personal practice. Whether living in a bustling city or a quiet village, whether working with the mind or with the hands, each person sets aside a moment each day to return to themselves, perhaps sitting quietly and breathing, walking in a park, writing a gratitude journal, or simply enjoying a cup of tea in silence. These moments act like anchors, preventing the mind from being swept away by the rush of modern life, helping each person maintain clarity and compassion in all situations. When millions hold on to such anchors, society becomes like a great ship, steady in rough waters, moving toward the future not only with hope, but with the firm conviction that we can create a harmonious, sustainable, and compassionate world together. The transformation of society when mindfulness and compassion form its foundation is not just surface change. It reaches the deepest layers of culture and collective awareness. Cities once tense with hurried rhythms now greet the morning more gently, not because people work less, but because they've learned to begin the day in stillness and focus. Early opening cafes offer more than coffee, they're spaces where people can sit quietly, read, or share soft conversation before work. In traditional markets, sellers don't just promote their goods, they share the story of their origins, helping buyers appreciate the labor, care, and connection to the land behind each item. Such stories weave invisible bonds, making both sides feel that they're exchanging trust and respect, not just goods. In workplaces, leaders no longer judge solely by profit margins or productivity, but also by mental well-being, teamwork, and contributions to organizational culture. Meetings become forums for sharing ideas, expressing feelings, and shaping collective strategies, not just dry reports. In education, students are encouraged to explore, question, and seek multiple perspectives instead of memorizing fixed answers. Teachers act as guides, sparking curiosity and inspiring students to find ways to apply knowledge in real life. In healthcare, patients are treated as partners in healing, listened to, and involved in choosing their treatment. Care extends beyond the physical body to address mental well-being and living conditions, recognizing that lasting health is impossible if the mind and relationships remain in distress. In the economy, businesses that put community and sustainability first are no longer rare exceptions, they are the mainstream. They collaborate to share resources, technology, and markets, knowing that lasting success comes not from exclusionary competition but from joining forces to raise quality of life for all. Nationally, public policy is built through broad consultation, giving citizens genuine opportunities to contribute rather than token participation. Laws are applied fairly and transparently, aiming to prevent wrongdoing at its root instead of merely punishing after the fact. Public investment focuses on education, healthcare, environmental protection, and community development, not just short-term political wins. On the world stage, nations first see each other as partners in protecting our shared planet, not as rivals in a power game. Agreements on climate, ocean protection, renewable energy technology, and global cybersecurity are not just signed but carried out with transparent monitoring and genuine commitment. Global media serves as a bridge, connecting not only information but also empathy and understanding between cultures. Stories of kindness, cooperation, and shared achievement spread widely, inspiring people everywhere to believe that positive change is possible. All of these changes are sustained by daily personal practice, moments when each person returns inward, takes a deep breath, feels their body, notices their emotions, and nurtures gratitude. When millions do this, society is like a body cared for from the cellular level, healthy, flexible, and resilient in the face of change. Peace is no longer a distant goal, but the very substance of everyday life, infused into every glance, every smile, every word, and every action, a solid foundation on which humanity can step forward into the future. The functioning of a society nourished by mindfulness and compassion is like a finely tuned machine in which every gear, large or small, turns smoothly, lubricated by understanding and a sense of responsibility. In neighborhoods, People greet one another as naturally as breathing, not out of forced politeness but from truly valuing each other's presence. Public spaces, once neglected or poorly used, have become vibrant centers for gathering, learning, and creativity. Places where children can play safely, the elderly can exercise, and young people can organize volunteer or artistic activities. In community meetings, instead of arguing to defend personal interests, people spend time listening for the best solution for all. Disagreements, when they arise, are seen as opportunities to broaden perspectives rather than threats to be eliminated. At the local economic level, regular open-air markets serve not only for exchanging goods but also for connecting producers and consumers, building trust and mutual support in hard times. Small businesses collaborate to share resources, reduce costs, and improve service quality. Customers are willing to pay fairer prices when they know their money helps maintain jobs and protect the environment. In education, schools open their doors to the community, hosting knowledge-sharing events, life skills workshops, and short courses for older adults, allowing knowledge to circulate freely and continuously. Teachers become catalysts for lifelong learning, encouraging students not only to learn for themselves but to share what they know to help others. In healthcare, hospitals partner with community organizations to provide preventive care, offer free regular checkups for vulnerable groups, and train volunteers to assist patients at home. Health is regarded as a shared asset of society, its preservation and protection a collective responsibility. Not just the duty of the medical profession. At the national level, governments implement long-term programs to reduce regional inequality, conserve natural resources, and promote a circular economy. Ministries coordinate seamlessly to avoid overlap or waste. Large cities invest heavily in clean public transport, renewable energy, and green infrastructure, while supporting rural areas in sustainable development to ease migration pressures. Globally, nations strengthen cooperation not only in economics or security but also in education, science, and cultural preservation. Leaders attend international summits in a spirit of open dialogue, sharing achievements and working together to solve challenges. International media reports in a balanced way, reflecting both progress and difficulties, and creating spaces where people from diverse cultures can meet directly, break down stereotypes, and build trust. All of this can remain sustainable only if each person continues to return to themselves daily. Cultivating mindfulness and compassion like a gardener tending every plant. They know that if neglected, the weeds of old habits will quickly grow back, eroding the peaceful ground they have worked so hard to nurture. Personal mindfulness becomes the firm foundation for all relationships and social systems, ensuring that no matter how times change, people can still see one another as companions on humanity's shared journey. When collective awareness has risen to the point where the principles of mindfulness and compassion are shared norms, society enters an entirely new stage of development, one in which people not only care for their own survival and safety, but truly focus on nurturing the common environment sustainably. In daily life, small acts, picking up a piece of litter, offering a seat on the bus, smiling at a stranger, are no longer seen as exceptional, but have become instinctive. Neighborhoods take the initiative to establish recycling systems, host swap days to reduce waste, and tend shared gardens, turning empty lots into plots for vegetables, flowers, and medicinal plants for the community. In business, companies no longer cut costs by stripping workers' rights or exhausting natural resources. Instead, they invest in clean technology, offer flexible working conditions, and share profits with employees through welfare funds. Consumers, with their heightened awareness, choose products and services based on ethics and environmental impact, causing the market to self-adjust toward healthier practices. In education, curricula integrate mindfulness, conflict resolution, and value-based decision-making alongside academic knowledge. Students are encouraged to take part in community projects to experience firsthand the connection and meaning of contributing to society. In healthcare, prevention is valued as much as treatment. Citizens receive guidance on balanced nutrition, exercise combined with meditation, and participation in mental health support groups. At the national policy level, strategies are designed with decades-long vision, free from the sway of short-term political cycles. Policymakers regularly consult multidisciplinary experts and community representatives to ensure inclusivity and sustainability. Issues such as climate change, energy crises, and social inequality are tackled by combining science, technology, and the philosophy of mindful living, producing solutions that are both effective and humane. On the global stage, nations no longer guard resources, technology, or knowledge as competitive advantages, but share them responsibly to address humanity's common challenges. International forums become spaces for collective intelligence, where leaders, scientists, artists, and community representatives envision a shared future, and turn those visions into concrete action plans. The world's media shifts from exploiting negative news to attract attention toward telling stories that inspire, foster cooperation, and nurture trust in progress. This connection loops back to the individual. Wherever they are on the map, they feel part of a living network in which every positive action helps shape the future. From that awareness, people maintain personal practice as a non-negotiable habit, each morning beginning with a deep breath and an intention to live fully. Each evening ending with gratitude for what has unfolded. In this way, inner peace is not confined to quiet moments but accompanies them in every situation, helping them meet challenges with steadiness and compassion. When millions of people sustain such a state, society enters an era in which cooperation, respect, and creativity are no longer slogans, but the natural rhythm of humanity's collective breath. These profound transformations gradually become a way of life, etched into the way people think, act, and build the future. Within each family, shared meals are no longer a hurried gathering squeezed between overlapping schedules, but a cherished ritual, time set apart for everyone to set work and electronic devices aside, to look at one another, share stories of the day, and express gratitude or apologies when needed. In each neighborhood, residents no longer live isolated behind their own doors. They meet often, exchange ideas, and support each other, from small acts like babysitting, repairing household items, or lending tools, to larger efforts like helping renovate shared spaces or assisting a family through a crisis. Neighborly bonds grow stronger through trust cultivated over years, forming a social safety net no policy could replace. In workplaces, the spirit of collaboration takes precedence over personal rivalry. Colleagues help one another achieve shared goals, knowing that one person's success contributes to the group's. Internal training programs focus not only on professional skills but also on mindfulness practices, communication abilities, and peaceful conflict resolution. In schools, teachers become role models for respect, patience, and creativity. Students are encouraged to ask questions freely, experiment, and learn from mistakes without fear of criticism. Interdisciplinary learning projects help students see the connections between knowledge and life, while developing the capacity to view problems from multiple perspectives. In hospitals, patients are cared for in warm, healing environments where light, color, sound, and scent are designed to support recovery. Doctors and nurses take time to explain conditions, listen to patients' and families' concerns, and encourage them to actively participate in their own care. In the economy, businesses prioritize working with partners who share humanistic values, minimizing negative impacts on the environment and community. Products are designed to be durable, easy to repair, and recyclable, extending their lifespan and reducing waste. Governments encourage circular business models with tax incentives, technical support, and publicity, while requiring supply chain transparency so consumers can make responsible purchasing decisions. On the international stage, cooperation expands into areas once overlooked, protecting cultural heritage, promoting sustainable tourism, and sharing innovative educational methods. International conferences are no longer just arenas for political leaders, but invite scientists, artists, teachers, students, and community representatives, recognizing that sustainable solutions must be shaped from multiple levels and viewpoints. Global media platforms serve as bridges, allowing successful initiatives in one country to spread quickly to others, saving time, resources, and avoiding repeated mistakes. This connection strengthens the sense of belonging to a unified human community, where every person, regardless of nationality, sees themselves as contributing to the larger picture. From that sense of belonging, individuals take greater initiative in maintaining their daily mindfulness practice, not out of obligation, but from a clear understanding of its value in preserving clarity, patience, and empathy. They sustain pauses within the rhythm of life, treasuring each present moment as a gift, and carrying that spirit into every relationship, with family, friends, colleagues, and strangers. This steady personal practice becomes the quiet but enduring engine that keeps the whole social system running smoothly. Regardless of external upheavals, the positive impact of a community nourished by mindfulness and compassion is not only visible in peaceful moments but also proves its strength in times of crisis. In the face of natural disasters, epidemics, or economic shocks, people do not panic or look to assign blame. They quickly form spontaneous support groups to share food, medicine, temporary shelter, and emotional comfort. Local organizations coordinate with authorities to distribute resources fairly, prioritize the most vulnerable, and maintain transparent information flow to prevent harmful rumors. In workplaces, sudden challenges, loss of markets, supply chain disruptions, or competitive pressures are addressed through open discussions where leaders and employees work together to adapt and minimize harm for all parties. Schools maintain flexible learning arrangements, combining technology with personal care to ensure no student is left behind. Even when learning remotely, in healthcare, doctors, nurses, and volunteers work tirelessly, but thanks to community support, they receive adequate supplies, food, and rest spaces to sustain their strength and morale. Businesses, instead of exploiting crises for profit, lower prices on essential goods, support customers in financial hardship, and even cooperate with competitors to keep supply chains intact. At the national level, governments act quickly based on real-time data and expert advice, while communicating clearly to build trust so citizens willingly follow necessary measures. Internationally, nations share information, technology, and relief resources, setting aside disputes to address common challenges. Global media report responsibly, avoiding fear-mongering, instead offering practical guidance and telling stories of courage and cross-border cooperation. When the crisis passes, communities do not merely return to their previous state, they emerge stronger. Having gained new experience, reinforced trust, and deepened bonds, each person realizes that mindfulness is not a luxury habit, but an essential life skill that sustains clarity and compassion even in adversity. They continue to breathe slowly, look with empathy, and listen deeply, not only in their personal lives but in all social interactions. In this way, society becomes like a living organism, healthier, able to heal itself, and adaptable to change, like a forest that has endured storms yet whose inner ecosystem is now more diverse and resilient than before. This becomes the foundation for the next stage of development, where the goal is not merely survival or stability, but to grow together toward a higher, more harmonious, and more meaningful quality of life for all. This comprehensive transformation, sustained over generations, not only changes how people live in the present but also shapes how they view the future. Children born into such an environment grow up with the understanding that cooperation is instinctive. Respect is self-evident, and caring for the environment is a responsibility that requires no reminders. From their earliest years, they are engaged in activities that nurture mindfulness, planting trees with their parents, caring for animals, attending storytelling sessions about kindness and sharing, and learning to take deep breaths when they feel sad or angry. At school, knowledge is tied to real-life application. Math becomes a tool for managing shared resources. History offers insight into current behavior, and art serves as a language that bridges cultural divides. In the community, adults continue to lead by example, not only through words but through daily actions, treating service workers with courtesy, waiting patiently in line, or helping someone in difficulty without expecting anything in return. In the workplace, the new generation no longer accepts rigid, inhumane management models, but proactively creates flexible environments that encourage creativity, respect rest and work-life balance. Businesses they lead aim for social and environmental goals alongside profit, creating lasting value rather than chasing short-term gains. At the national level, this conscientious workforce becomes a priceless asset, for they are not only professionally competent but also skilled in collaboration and in designing sustainable solutions for complex problems. The political system gradually evolves to reflect their values, adopting policies that promote transparency, accountability, and citizen participation in decision-making. On the international stage, those raised in a mindful environment act as bridges between nations, accustomed to listening, finding common ground, and building mutually beneficial solutions. Global organizations run by such individuals become more effective, as they prioritize shared goals over personal power. International media shifts as well, favoring educational, inspiring content that fosters mutual understanding, rather than exploiting conflict or fear. All of this transformation circles back to the individual, reminding them that every great achievement begins with small daily steps. People continue to take a few quiet minutes each morning to set intentions for the day, to practice gratitude before meals, to listen with full presence during conversations, and to spend time in nature to reconnect with the living world. They understand that it is precisely these simple moments that provide the deepest nourishment, enabling them to stand steady in the face of challenges, to maintain compassion even when treated unfairly, and to stay clear-minded when faced with important decisions. A society run by such individuals will no longer be driven by the cycles of fear and greed, but will aim for harmonious prosperity, where personal happiness is inseparable from the well-being of the community and the sustainability of the planet. When a society has reached the point where mindfulness and compassion form the golden thread running through all domains, progress no longer depends solely on breakthrough innovations, but is sustained by a strong cultural foundation, with each person serving as a guardian and transmitter of core values. Within families, these values are nurtured naturally through bedtime stories, cooking together, cleaning the house, or walking in the park, moments where parents not only impart life skills but also instill a sense of connection to the community and the natural world. In neighborhoods, people maintain a regular rhythm of community life, periodic gatherings to share news, free classes to learn new skills, or joint charitable activities. Everyone not only benefits from the community but also actively contributes, understanding that a strong community is the best shield against life's uncertainties. In education, students learn not just to pass exams, but to understand, to do, to live together, and to coexist peacefully. Research and practice projects aim to address real-world problems, linked to social and environmental well-being. In the workplace, organizations value the holistic development of employees as much as business performance. Programs for mindfulness training, emotional management, and deep listening skills are embedded in work schedules, recognizing that long-term productivity can only be sustained when people feel safe, respected, and given opportunities for growth. In healthcare, well-being is no longer confined to hospitals or clinics. It becomes part of community life. People know basic first aid, support one another when sick, and actively prevent illness through healthy lifestyles. At the national level, the administrative system operates with transparency and interdepartmental cooperation. Policies are designed based on scientific evidence, while also listening to the voices of communities directly affected. Resource allocation aims not only at economic growth, but also at reducing development gaps, protecting the environment, and strengthening social welfare. Globally, Cooperation agreements are signed not merely for strategic advantage but from a commitment to safeguard the shared interests of humanity. Nations work together to address climate change, manage common resources, and maintain global peace through dialogue and cooperation instead of confrontation. This interconnectedness fosters a sense of security in every individual, allowing them to trust that even in a changing world, they are living within a network of mutual support and protection. From this assurance, each person continues their daily mindfulness practice, treating it as the foundation for all decisions and actions, keeping their mind clear, heart open, and hands ready to help. This consistency and alignment act as the adhesive that holds the entire social structure together, making it both flexible and resilient in the face of any challenge. The maturity of a mindful society is measured not only by living standards or economic indicators, but by its ability to uphold human dignity even in the face of the most complex challenges. When conflicts of interest arise between groups, instead of letting tensions escalate, people turn to dialogue rooted in respect and deep listening, where all sides have the chance to present their views and are willing to seek compromise. Mediating organizations, including groups specializing in conflict resolution, spiritual leaders, and sociologists, guide these exchanges, helping each side understand the real needs behind each other's positions. In cities, urban planning is designed to encourage connection between people and with nature. Parks, pedestrian paths, playgrounds, and communal spaces are laid out for easy access by all. Public transport is convenient, safe, and environmentally friendly, reducing strain on infrastructure and lowering pollution. In arts and culture, performances, exhibitions, and festivals are not only entertainment, but also opportunities for communities to explore, preserve, and develop their identities while remaining open to learning from other cultures. In higher education and scientific research, interdisciplinary projects become common, encouraging students and researchers from different fields to collaborate on global issues such as climate change, food security, and public health. Results are widely shared, unhindered by purely commercial interests, to maximize positive impact on humanity. On the global stage, agreements are not just signed on paper. They are carried out through concrete projects with local community participation to ensure practicality and sustainability. This cooperation also builds trust between nations, reducing the likelihood of armed conflict, and creating a stable environment for long-term development. All these changes feed back into personal life, allowing individuals to live with a sense of safety and meaning, free from the daily obsession with survival, and thus able to devote more time to creativity, learning, and nurturing relationships. In the quiet of their own space, they continue to practice mindfulness, not merely as a relaxation technique, but as a way to stay connected to their deepest values and to keep their hearts open to the world. When personal mindfulness is woven together with collective mindfulness, society not only remains stable but becomes vibrant and full of life, ready to face any transformation of the era with calm, clarity, and compassion. The pace of life in such a society becomes slow enough for people to truly feel each moment, yet dynamic enough to nurture creativity and progress. On a personal level, each person begins the day not with a blaring alarm or an endless to-do list, but with a few quiet minutes to breathe, listen to their body and mind, and set a clear intention for the actions ahead. Gratitude for simply being alive, connected, and able to contribute becomes the primary motivation. Infusing daily activities, whether work or personal life, with a sense of meaning and dedication. In the family, members spend genuine time together, not merely being physically present but giving full attention to conversations, sharing joys, sorrows, and future plans. At the community level, small groups maintain regular gatherings that include collective work, shared learning, and support for the vulnerable. Trust between people is built not by legal contracts or binding commitments, but by the lived reality of always finding someone ready to help when needed. At the national level, policy systems operate on a people-centered principle. Major decisions are evaluated not only for economic efficiency but also for their impact on mental health, social cohesion, and the living environment. Education, healthcare, transportation, and energy sectors are planned for long-term development, prioritizing sustainable solutions that benefit many generations. Internationally, relationships between nations rest on respect for sovereignty, shared benefits, and cooperation on common challenges. Cross-border projects, such as protecting major ecosystems, preventing global pandemics, or developing renewable energy, are carried out with the participation of governments, businesses, NGOs, and local communities alike. Global media prioritizes transparent, constructive information that encourages dialogue instead of confrontation. When the entire structure, from individuals to international alliances, operates in harmony like a healthy body, each person feels a deep sense of safety and stability. This allows them to return to cultivating their inner life without being dominated by constant anxiety. In that calm space, they can explore the nature of the mind, nurture the ability to listen without judgment, and maintain compassion even when faced with differences or disagreement. It is precisely this cycle between personal mindfulness and collective mindfulness that forms a new civilization, where happiness is no longer a distant goal, but the natural state of life. When the principles of mindfulness and compassion have permeated every corner of life, even the smallest activities become part of a larger picture that sustains overall harmony. In busy urban neighborhoods, the noise is no longer honking horns or heated arguments, but children's laughter as they play, music blending from street performances, and friendly conversations between neighbors tending to a shared garden. In rural areas, people maintain age-old traditions combined with modern knowledge. Farming organically and protecting water and soil is part of a shared heritage. They understand that the land they cultivate must not only feed their families today but remain fertile for future generations. Schools in all regions become open learning centers, where children and adults can join classes on life skills, languages, arts, sciences, and even mindfulness retreats to balance body and mind. In businesses, a culture of trust and transparency makes everyone feel valued. Meetings are not just for decision-making, but also spaces to share feelings, acknowledge efforts, and find ways to support one another through difficulties. In governance, infrastructure projects are assessed not only for their economic benefits but also for their social and environmental impacts decades into the future. Welfare policies are designed flexibly to meet the diverse needs of citizens, from children and the elderly to vulnerable groups. Internationally, cooperation agreements are built on mutual benefit without neglecting responsibility to the planet. Joint initiatives to protect oceans, ancient forests, and biodiversity become top priorities. Supported with funding, expertise, and technology from many nations, cross-border trust is strengthened through timely, transparent information sharing on urgent issues, from climate change to disease outbreaks. Media is no longer dominated by fear-driven headlines, but prioritizes content that nurtures hope and inspires positive action. When the whole system operates in this spirit, each person feels a profound connection to the rest of the world. They know that even a small act, planting a tree, smiling at a stranger, saving a little water, contributes to the common goal. This sense of being an inseparable part of a living network sustains their commitment to daily practice, breathing slowly, eating mindfully, listening without judgment, and helping when they can. From the small circle of personal life, that positive energy radiates outward, to family, community, nation, and the world, completing the cycle of mindfulness, where each person is both a beneficiary and a guardian of a spiritual heritage for future generations. In the workings of a society where mindfulness and compassion have become the foundation, each person is aware of the power of small, repeated daily choices. They understand that the way they consume, speak, and act in seemingly trivial situations creates ripples of influence far beyond their immediate view. Someone who chooses to walk or cycle to work not only reduces emissions but also sends a message about healthy, responsible living. Someone who takes a few minutes to truly listen to another person's difficulties, rather than rushing to offer advice, not only helps that person feel understood but also builds trust, a priceless asset in any relationship. When such habits are collectively practiced by millions, they become a social force strong enough to reshape the entire structure of society. In neighborhoods, cooperation is strengthened through shared projects like community gardens, weekly farmers markets, or intergenerational skill-sharing groups. Children are taught from a young age that helping one another is not an imposed obligation but a natural part of living together. In schools, teachers not only convey knowledge but also guide students in managing emotions, respecting differences, and seeking cooperative solutions to conflict. In workplaces, businesses value employees' mental well-being on par with work performance, encouraging reasonable rest, participation in extracurricular activities, and the development of skills beyond professional expertise. At the national level, the legal system is designed not only to punish wrongdoing but to prevent and educate, giving those who err a genuine chance to reintegrate. Economic development programs are always tied to environmental protection, cultural preservation, and the narrowing of the wealth gap. On the international stage, relationships between nations are not driven by suspicion or destructive competition, but nurtured by the understanding that long-term cooperation brings more enduring benefits than any temporary victory. Environmental protection agreements, peace accords, and the sharing of scientific knowledge are signed and earnestly implemented, with oversight not only from governments but also from civil society and the global community. Every individual, no matter their position, feels they are an important link in this global network. and thus values the practice of mindfulness and compassion in daily life even more deeply. They know that a peaceful society does not arise on its own. It is the result of countless small actions carried out consistently over time, and they recognize their own role in maintaining that harmonious rhythm for generations to come. A mindful society reaches maturity when every level of life, from an individual's breath to strategies for global cooperation, aligns toward the shared goal of nurturing harmony and sustainability. Within each home, members do not merely live under the same roof but actively care for each other's happiness. Through simple gestures like preparing a nourishing breakfast, sincerely asking about one another's day, or listening without rushing to judge, these everyday acts become examples for children, planting seeds of loving and understanding habits. In communities, bonds are maintained through shared activities such as cleaning public spaces, organizing cultural festivals, or supporting families in crisis. These collective moments not only strengthen mutual trust but also deepen the sense of, "We are in this together," a key factor that helps communities remain resilient in the face of change. In the education system, curricula are designed to spark self-directed learning, critical thinking, and teamwork, while weaving in values of environmental stewardship, social justice, and cultural diversity. In the workplace, leaders are trained not only to excel professionally but also to inspire, motivate team spirit, and resolve conflicts fairly, grounded in listening and understanding rather than imposition. At the national level, public policy is built on multi-perspective consultation, combining scientific knowledge, practical experience, and the voices of those directly affected. Major decisions, such as budget allocation, infrastructure development, or trade agreements, are assessed for long-term impact, ensuring benefits not only for the present but for many generations ahead. Internationally, countries maintain regular forums for dialogue to share information, coordinate responses to crises, and support one another with technical, financial, and human resources. Cross-border projects, such as wildlife conservation corridors, renewable energy networks, or cultural exchange programs, are carried out with direct community involvement to ensure effectiveness and lasting acceptance. All these connections form a resilient social structure, capable of absorbing and adapting to change without losing its essence of harmony. When the chain from individual to global cooperation is strong, each person feels deeply that they are not standing alone, but part of a greater flow of life. This awareness fuels their motivation to continue living mindfully, kindly, and responsibly. They understand that personal happiness and collective happiness are inseparable, and that even the smallest action is a building block in the foundation of shared peace and prosperity. When the foundation of a society is built on mindfulness and compassion, its people no longer see the world through the lens of scarcity or fear, but through a sense of sufficiency and security. This shift begins with the smallest of things, like how one meets a rainy day. Instead of complaining, they welcome it as a chance to slow down, listen to the sound of raindrops, smell the earth after the rain, and appreciate the water nourishing life. This perspective permeates every aspect of personal life. When working, they pay attention to each step, not skipping details just to chase speed. When conversing, they give full presence to the other person, allowing them to feel truly valued. When eating, they savor each bite, aware of the origins and effort behind the food. In families, shared moments, whether cooking a meal together, playing a game, or simply sitting quietly side by side, are seen as precious time to strengthen connection. In communities, the presence of mindful people creates an atmosphere of trust and safety. They are ready to help each other in difficult times, watching a neighbor's child, donating to a family in crisis, or working together to recover from a natural disaster. Community activities no longer feel obligatory but unfold naturally as part of life. Because everyone understands that collective strength is the surest shield against hardship. In education, schools are not just places to transmit knowledge but training grounds for life skills, where children learn to manage emotions, resolve conflict through dialogue, and cooperate with others even when opinions differ. In the workplace, organizational culture prizes transparency, respect, and humanity. Leaders are evaluated not only on business results but on their ability to nurture the comprehensive growth of their teams in both skill and spirit. At the national level, major policies are shaped to balance economic, social, and environmental benefits. Decisions to develop infrastructure are based not only on profit but on their long-term impact on communities, ecosystems, and quality of life. Public health programs emphasize prevention over treatment, combining modern medicine with mental well-being practices to create a holistic healthcare system. Globally, nations maintain relationships based on cooperation and trust, regularly sharing information, technical expertise, and resources to address collective challenges such as climate change, food security, and pandemics. International agreements are honored not just as signed documents but as commitments to action, with transparent oversight and participation from civil society. When the circle of connection from individual to global remains strong, each person knows they are not just an isolated being, but an inseparable part of a vast living network. This understanding deepens their dedication to daily mindfulness practice. The feeling of living in a peaceful world, where every level operates in the spirit of respect, cooperation, and compassion, becomes the driving force to keep nurturing those values for future generations. Closing one cycle and opening a new chapter in the social evolution of mindfulness. The functioning of society in a state of complete mindfulness creates a kind of collective vitality that everyone can sense, even without words, like stepping into a room and instantly knowing whether it is warm and safe or tense, simply through the way people look at each other, listen, and respond to the unexpected. In personal life, everyone understands that caring for oneself is not selfishness, but the foundation for being able to contribute to others. They know how to set healthy boundaries, when to rest to restore energy, and how to actively seek support when in difficulty. This creates a community where people are encouraged to voice their needs rather than silently endure, greatly reducing the undercurrent of tension that often fuels conflict. Within the community, public spaces are maintained as recharging stations, parks, libraries, community centers, where people can go to relax, learn, or simply feel a sense of belonging. Collective activities such as cleaning riverbanks, hosting second-hand fairs, or organizing inspirational talks become regular gatherings, making environmental awareness and community bonding something tangible in daily life rather than mere slogans. At the national level, Public agencies operate with high transparency, regularly reporting to citizens on the progress and impact of projects, while opening consultation channels to receive feedback. This transparency nurtures trust, a form of social capital of immense value that makes citizens willing to cooperate and share responsibility. In the economic sphere, businesses are encouraged to develop sustainably, balancing profit with social and environmental responsibility. Companies that cause harm are dealt with strictly, while pioneers are supported and honored. On the international stage, diplomacy rises above short-term interests, focusing on building long-term cooperation to address shared challenges such as the climate crisis, biodiversity conservation, and cross-border water management. Nations share clean technologies, research data, and financial resources to ensure that even the most vulnerable communities have the opportunity to adapt and thrive. Returning to the personal level, all these connections give each person the sense of an invisible yet powerful layer of protection, allowing them to live with less fear, more hope, and deeper meaning. They can spend their mornings meditating, writing in a gratitude journal, or simply drinking a cup of tea in silence, without the anxiety of missing out or the urge to race against time. This sense of rooted presence becomes the fertile ground for creativity, making them more willing to share ideas, art, and stories with the world, contributing to the collective cultural and spiritual flow. In a closed yet ever-renewing cycle, the mindfulness energy of the individual nourishes the community, the resilient community strengthens the nation, the cooperative nation helps create a stable world, and that world, in turn, protects each individual, all woven together into a civilization where happiness is not a distant goal but a natural state of being. When mindfulness is cultivated from each breath and spreads through every layer of society, a profound and lasting transformation begins to take shape in the collective consciousness. In personal life, habits once considered minor, such as keeping silent for a few minutes before beginning work, paying attention to how one's feet touch the ground, or pausing to notice the aroma of a meal, become essential for maintaining inner stability. People no longer seek joy in constant noise, but find satisfaction in stillness and deep connection with the present moment. From this foundation, family relationships are reshaped, no longer dominated by petty quarrels or imposed expectations, but grounded in mutual respect and understanding. Children growing up in such an environment learn to express feelings sincerely, to listen without interrupting, and to look for solutions rather than assigning blame. When they step into the community, these individuals become the seeds of connection, carrying within themselves the readiness to help unconditionally, repairing a village road with neighbors, protecting water sources, or supporting community projects like open libraries or free classes for disadvantaged children. The atmosphere of the community gradually becomes lighter and friendlier, as each person knows they are not alone and always have a place to turn for support. At the national level, these values become the standard for policy making. Every development project must be assessed against three parallel factors: economic benefit, social impact, and environmental sustainability. This prevents short-term decisions that could cause long-term harm, while encouraging initiatives that nurture public welfare, such as expanding green spaces, improving preventive health care, and developing liberal education. In the economy, Businesses not only aim for profit but also focus on employee welfare, environmental protection, and community contribution. Cooperative business models, community enterprises, and circular economies become common, reducing dependence on centralized systems and increasing local self-sufficiency. On the international stage, nations clearly recognize that global stability depends on sincere and long-term cooperation. They invest together in cross-border projects such as clean energy networks, early warning systems for natural disasters, and programs to protect wildlife corridors connecting major reserves. Cooperation agreements go beyond signatures. They are implemented with transparent oversight and committed action from both governments and citizens. This cooperation creates a network of mutual support, enabling the world to respond quickly to global crises, from pandemics to climate change. When this circle of connection returns to the individual level, each person feels a profound safety that does not come from walls or weapons, but from trust in the web of mutual aid they are part of. They know that in any situation, there will be hands ready to reach for them, communities ready to embrace them, and nations that value the survival of others as much as their own. This feeling nurtures a special kind of inner freedom, the freedom to live fully, to create, and to love without being overshadowed by fear or doubt. It is also the foundation for continuing daily mindfulness practice, not as an obligation, but as a natural part of life, closing one cycle of awakening while opening another, where individuals, communities, nations, and the world move in harmony like notes in an endless symphony. The maturation of a civilization rooted in mindfulness does not happen overnight. It is the result of millions of small acts accumulated over time, like slow but persistent drops of water polishing the hardest stone. At the personal level, each person learns to listen to themselves, to notice when the mind begins to spiral into negative thoughts, and to gently bring it back to the present moment through the breath, a soft gaze, or a deliberate movement. These returning moments happen many times a day, acting like rest stops where the mind is refreshed, reducing accumulated fatigue and preventing tension from erupting. Those who live in this way also hold a different kind of appreciation for the relationships around them, understanding that each encounter is a fortunate meeting, and that every person who crosses their path brings a lesson, whether through kindness or through challenge. Within the community, those nourished by mindfulness become living sources of inspiration. They do not need to persuade others with theory, for the way they are present, the way they listen, act, and respond to change is already convincing enough. Over time, the community forms a positive collective memory, recording moments of successful cooperation, stories of mutual help, and times when difficulties were overcome together. These stories are told not only at meetings or festivals, but woven into education, becoming the living material that nourishes trust and pride in the younger generation. At the national level, these mindful values are institutionalized into policies and laws, ensuring they exist not only in personal awareness but are also protected and developed by the system. Economic development strategies are always paired with plans to protect the environment and preserve cultural identity. Science and technology projects are guided towards serving the common good rather than merely maximizing profit. Governments maintain transparent interaction with citizens, encourage dialogue rather than imposition, and treat social critique as a valuable source of insight for policy refinement. Internationally, nations understand that sustainable prosperity cannot be achieved through destructive competition, but through long-term cooperation. They share data, technology, human resources, and materials to tackle problems that cross borders, such as protecting water sources, preventing disease, and reducing the impacts of climate change. International forums are not merely for signing documents, but spaces for sincere dialogue where parties seek solutions based on shared long-term benefit rather than short-term gain. When these global connections are sustained, individuals anywhere in the world feel the strength of mutual support. They know that when one land suffers a natural disaster, relief teams will arrive from across the globe. When a community lacks clean water, an international cooperation project will be launched. When a group's rights are threatened, voices from human rights organizations and the global community will rise in defense. All of this reinforces a deep sense of safety, allowing people to return to living with inner freedom. Continuing to practice mindfulness as a way to maintain and spread peace. From here, the journey of the individual merges with the shared journey of humanity, creating an upward spiral of awareness where each generation stands firmly on the foundation of the one before, yet still reaches toward new horizons of wisdom and compassion, so that this world not only survives but blossoms in lasting harmony. When the circle of mindfulness and compassion has extended across every layer of society, from each breath of the individual to the rhythms of national institutions and the coordination between nations worldwide, a new kind of lifeblood begins to flow. In this way of life, humans do not exist merely to sustain physical survival, but to nourish each other's spiritual vitality. In personal life, people have learned to recognize small moments that carry great weight: a nod of empathy to a stranger, a smile for a child by the roadside, or the patience to listen to an elder's story even if they've heard it many times before. These seemingly insignificant acts are the golden threads that connect human hearts, forming an invisible yet enduring support network. In the community, these values are reinforced through regular collective activities: swap markets for homegrown goods, outdoor reading circles, or no technology days, where people can truly be present with one another instead of disappearing into their screens. Every community gathering becomes an opportunity to learn from each other, share skills, and deepen the understanding that personal happiness is bound to collective well-being. At the national level, legal systems and policies are not only designed to address wrongdoing, but to actively create conditions for every citizen to develop their potential. Governments invest heavily in liberal education, preventive healthcare, renewable energy, and environmental restoration programs, recognizing that these investments yield not only economic benefit but also social and ecological resilience. In international relations, mindful nations understand that their true interest lies in protecting the planet together, ensuring fairness in the distribution of resources, and keeping peace not as a temporary pause, but as a long-term state. They sign and uphold agreements grounded in trust and transparency, willingly sharing clean technologies, sustainable management practices, and even financial resources to assist less developed nations. When all these layers of connection return to the personal level, They give individuals the sense of being embraced by a vast, protective circle, allowing them to release many of the burdens they once carried, and freeing their time and energy for creation, love, and exploration. People wake each morning not merely to go to work, but to participate in a living network that constantly nourishes and safeguards one another. In the quiet moment of meditation or over a warm cup of tea, they can feel clearly that they are not alone, that each breath they take is in rhythm with the breaths of millions of others around the world, all moving toward the same shared goal: to preserve and beautify life. This unity, beginning with one individual, spreading to the community, reinforced at the national level, coordinated internationally, and then returning to nourish the individual, creates a closed loop of mindfulness and compassion, a living current that continually renews itself, ensuring that these values will not be confined to a single historical era, but will be passed through generations as a living legacy of humanity. In the end, the journey back to stillness and mindfulness is not a path with a final destination, but a flowing current that nourishes our souls every single day. Each mindful breath, each moment of deep listening, each act of compassion is a seed planted in the garden of peace within. And one day, when we look back, we will realize we have lived a life both whole and deeply meaningful. If today's sharing has touched you, let your heart walk alongside many others on this journey. You can support Silent Soul Garden by subscribing to the channel and turning on notifications, so you won't miss the stories and practices that nurture tranquility. Each subscription is like a gentle breeze that helps this garden grow greener and wider, creating a resting place for more hearts seeking shelter in the midst of life's turbulence. Thank you for listening and for being fully present. I look forward to seeing you again in our next journeys, where together we will continue planting seeds of peace.